Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yes, thank you guys. Okay. You beat me to it. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Great. Yeah, big guys is my I've actually sort of scalp shorted. I'm not in it right now. Big all-time low earnings, disaster. Wow. Just I hadn't seen big for a long time. But I don't think we have big lots in Canada. I'm not sure if we do. I've never seen them. But anyway, big is an all-time low right now. I'm not in the short right now, but I'm going to wait to see what happens once the market opens. The other one, obviously, to keep an eye on, I mentioned this one yesterday, wondering if MRVL, would have the same sort of earnings reaction that NVIDIA did, same kind of company, I guess, semi. And boy, did it ever. Look at Marvel, MRVL, up 17%. I mean, these are big market caps and big percentage moves for that sort of a stock. So there is MRVL. Should back it out to see what sort of we're at 58.16 right now. I'm going to check to see. Looks like 50.60 is a high there. Just checking to see where the next highs are. Looks like 56.73, 55.89, 55.25. Yeah, so we're at 58.20 right now. So the next high looks like around 58.43 for Marvel, MRVL. Okay, let me go down this list. ONFO. It's gapping up on put AI in a press release, company trading higher after the company announced a development of a generative AI search tool. All right, so I just have my doubts that this is going to move that much today. It's already up 38%, 3 million in the float, but big pullback already. Morning, YouTubers and Brian. ELEV. ELEV. Yeah, I don't see any reason for this. Yeah, I don't see any reason for why ELEV is up, but it is 15 million in the float, so slow float. Already traded at the float half. Tilray, oh my goodness, TLRY, guys. Unbelievable. So they've done a financing. I think it's a $150 million financing. Unbelievable. 2018 seems like decades ago now. PDSB. It's actually, I think it's an earnings play. No, I'm sorry, it's not an earnings play. They've gapped up on phase two, plus there's been a $21 price target put on it by Wainwright. Okay. So had some news, I guess positive phase two results, plus a $21 price target put on it by Wainwright. LITB. LITB is an earnings play, a cheap one. Cheap earnings play, gapping up 18%. Not that much volume though. Looking left, how much room does it have? Yeah, maybe not that much. It's at $1.70 now. The next high is 188 on the daily. PDD is an earnings play. Actually, there are a few earnings plays today, guys. They're starting to, as we remarked maybe several months ago, they seem to be spacing them out a little bit more. But anyway, there's PDD. Nice earnings play, and it's holding the gap. It's holding that gap so far. Now, remember ELF yesterday, beauty play, and then Ulta today, beauty play. Tale of two earnings releases. Look at Ulta. Ulta just getting hammered down here, guys. ULTA getting hammered down. And if you remember, Elf yesterday had a tremendous earnings release or reaction anyway. Basically, an all-time high now for Elf and Alta on the flip side on the way down. Not an all-time low, but on the way down. Another small earnings place, SHPH. SHPH, a small earnings play. Meanwhile, I'm hearing ELEV, guys. When I say hearing, this is my text to voice. So it's making a new high. I don't know, but a short squeeze. Why would you call it a short squeeze? Just because it's 1.9 percent. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but it's only 1.9% in the short float percent. So it's not like there's a high short float percent, and so shorts are scrambling to cover. Workday, another more expensive one. Workday, WDAY, Workday, an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. EFTR is gapping up on phase two results. Oh, wow. Okay, now it's underneath. Now, I better not dismiss this because I remember the other one that gapped up over $1 yesterday. I think it was starts with a W. Wilds, I think it was WLDS. It gapped up over $1, and then in the pre-market, it got right back down to about 60 cents. But then when the market opened, it started to run. So I guess I shouldn't just dismiss this just because it's under $1 again. And also, Stifle had a $7 price target on them. So EFTR, but it's almost like, you know what? They just did a financing. At least they did a financing during the market. Yeah, but typically a short squeeze, I mean, that term gets bandied around quite a bit. I suppose, listen, anybody can have a definition of a short squeeze, but to me, a short squeeze it would be necessary to have a high short float percent. In other words, 15, 20% of the float is short, then all of a sudden some news hits and those shorts are panicking and covering. But so I can't comment on what TDA calls a short squeeze, but it's not what I would call it. And the gap guys, GPS, this to me, I was wrong about the Abercrombie and Fitch, the ANF, but this to me looks like a fade. Okay. I mean, the Gap had earnings, but we've had a steadily downturn in the Gap GPS for a long time now. Had earnings, but coming right into what I consider some pretty decent resistance, though it did pop above that a little bit in the after hours yesterday. That's when it released its earnings, got up to 877. I'd be more inclined to look at this as a fade. Well, unless that short flow percent is a lot higher, it's possible. That short flow percent gets updated every twice a month, but at 1 point something percent, if that's the ballpark, we can call. You know what? We can call it anything we want. All we know is that it's going up, and it's a fairly low float. Well, my belief at Interactive Brokers, if I can short a stock right away, I don't believe, and if I am charged, it's so minor that it doesn't affect the P&L. Hard to borrow. I have no idea. I don't. It's possible they would charge. If it's hard to borrow, I don't even try. So Interesting. I have 1.9% in my single stock window for ELEV. It's not ELVE, is that even a symbol? Anyway, whether it's a short squeeze or not, okay, we're looking at, there's just no news on it. That's the other thing. Usually you'll see some news, which is causing the flurry of excitement. I just don't see any news on it. So it could be just, some group somewhere has decided to pile into this and it's showing up on scanners around the world, including ours. All right, guys, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Interesting. There's a few upgrades, hardly any downgrades. If there's anything interesting, anything by Goldman. Don't really see anything interesting in terms of an upgrade. There's not one stock that's been multiply upgraded by different brokers. Nothing from Goldman on the upgrade side, and hardly any on the downgrade side. Hardly any stocks on the downgrade side. Okay, let me get them into the room now. Little bounce for, I mean, a little, I mean, a little bounce for IEP, Carl stock. So a little bit of a bounce for it, 3%. I got down underneath. Did it get underneath? Yeah, well, I got underneath 20. So actually, it's a fairly big bounce from the absolute low yesterday, which was just under 18. Looks like it's around 1783 or so. So almost a $4 bounce from the absolute low yesterday of IEP. Okay, so we are in for a mildly positive open. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of action we're having from the major sectors. Excuse me. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar, new from our toolbar, and then dock channel bar. Then click on show more, and then sector status. That's a little more like it. Remember yesterday, the market was up quite a bit, and yet most of the sectors were negative. I mean, other than technology and semis, most of the sectors were negative. Anyway, market's up a little bit today to start. So what you're seeing here, this is energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE, and 94% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 90, well, now 90%. Obviously, it's going to flip around as I'm talking. So energy stocks having a bit of a bounce today, I guess, so far. And look at tech. But what I really want to do is take a look at where some of these things are in relation to the 200-day moving average. So there's XLE. So again, moving away from, no, we were surging a little bit, getting back towards that 200-day moving average. But then yesterday, big down day. Take a look at healthcare, XL or retail, XRT, retail. Yeah, so again, moving that green line that you see in my daily chart is the 200-day moving average. So again, retail continues to move away. That's why I'm thinking that GPS will be a fade. Consumer staples, XLP. So that gap down below the 200-day moving average yesterday, guys. So now that's three sectors: XLE, XRT, XLP. And let's take a look at healthcare. Three sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, healthcare moving away. This is interesting, guys, because when everybody's calling it a bear market several months ago, when I was doing this exercise in the pre-market, there were only, I think, two sectors that were below the 200-day moving average. So most of them were above the 200-day moving average and doing quite well. This is very different now. We're starting to see like most of the small. I don't. Let's keep going. Let's take a look at XLI. At every sector every sector I've seen so far. Look at that. XLI is even attempting to get down through the 200 days. So technically it's still above it, but that green line, ominous right there. Financials, of course, is going to still be below. Can't even see there it is. So the financials, of course, are still below. Consumer discretionary, XLY, consumer discretionary. So it's above, but it's starting to drift down to getting closer to it, starting to drift down towards it. The XLY, consumer discretionary. Interesting to see where materials are. XLB. Yeah, so a few days ago, XLB broke down through the 200-day moving average. So the only two we know that communications and technology are still above it. Communications well above it, and technology should be well above it too. Yeah, and moving away. Look at that. So, guys, major sectors we've got energy, XLE, retail, XRT, consumer staples, XLP, healthcare, XLV, financials, XLF, and materials or industrials, materials. Wait a minute, XLB, materials. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. It continues down, guys. Again, I took that short, not in it anymore. Took it when it just broke under 6, and I kind of traded it out. One of the reasons I did it is because it's down 22%. So I wanted to see, first of all, The uptick rule, I don't care how many times anybody wants to try to explain it to me, but the uptick rule does not apply in the pre-market. So if you have shorts available, you can get them virtually immediately going in at the bid. But once this market opens, that stock being down more than 10%, it may be more difficult to get it at the bid because of the uptick rule. Yeah, you're right, William. It was a one-trick pony. I mean, really, with Nvidia, it just didn't affect any of the other sectors. I mean, the Dow was down all day. Tech was up, Nas was up, but the Dow was down all day. And I guess most of those major sectors are probably a lot of Dow stocks, other than, of course, communications and tech. Oh, let's see, anything Lyra, Lyra. So they've done a financing, a $50 million private placement. Okay, so they've done a financing, Lyra. Yeah, I need 24-hour notice if you're going to take off the next day. Okay, I need 24-hour notice. MBOT is doing something right now, trading higher after oh, that was yesterday. That was the 25th. Really didn't have a big reaction yesterday. Anyway, MBOT is putting in a little bit of a move here, guys. Low float, 7 million in the float. I don't see any news on it today, but the news yesterday agrees to become one of the US sites for Liberty Robotics Systems' first human trial. Wow, okay. I must have gone to spam tank. Yeah, MBOT is down. I mean, there's something going on, unless this is just a delayed reaction to the news of a couple of days ago. But I can't remember what happened here. It's almost like that news should have hit here meaning on the 22nd, or sorry, the 20, yeah, the 22nd. What's the most popular scanner used in trade ideas? That's a very difficult question. I mean, we have so many customers, so many different trading styles. We don't keep a stat on that. I would say the most commonly used alert would be new highs and new lows for the day. Now, after that, whatever other filters you're going to use, a price range and minimum volume and any other filters you're going to use, that could be all over the place. But I would say, as far as an alert, a real-time alert is concerned, probably the new high and the new low of the day is probably the most commonly used real-time alert. But other than that, as far as an individual scanner, no idea. I know what I like, but and that's what I share. Momentum, Probably any form of a momentum type scanner. Well, this is the one I follow. I don't, I create. Are you new to Trade Ideas, Joe? Okay, well, you might want to look at this. I mean, this is what I use. If you go to, go to my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down until you see my scans, click here. So for instance, this dock momentum up or down, that's what you see here. If you can see my screen, there is a single momentum scan, you know. So, but I also love my 10-day daily breakout and breakdowns. Don't give too many alerts. You can't see them, they're on another monitor. But I would probably say that a form of a momentum scan would be the most popular. People, seem to want to. I know, that's what I've always been attracted to. But again, that's just me. And the reason being is that, I'm predominantly an intraday trader. So I want to see the ones that are, having abnormal volume, abnormal action. All right, guys. So we have about 4 minutes, 3 minutes to the open. A good promo code for you guys too, 25% off for Memorial Day. I should pop it in here. It's not on my homepage yet, so okay. Well, let's keep an eye on that PDSB, okay, PDSB, and see if that 21 dollar price target really takes effect. PDSB, I mean, it's already pulled back quite a bit, got up to 1069. It's that back down to 8. So it did have some news, phase two results, but plus, I think the main thing is that Wainwright put a $21 price target on them. Doesn't mean it's going to get to $21, okay? But if enough traders see that headline, you might get some action. Obviously, we already had some action, pretty good volume, fairly low float, 29 million in the float. But as always, we've got to wait to see what happens once this market opens to see if it has any follow through. That's a pretty big pullback though, from 1070 back down to 8. All right, give me one moment, please. Now, there were some that I didn't mention. I mean, QH is a little China play, low float. 1 minute to the open. Thank you, William. All right, guys. So we have less than a minute to this open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And remember, Monday is a holiday. Hey, we get a 3-day week. So Monday's a holiday, Memorial Day in the United States. So Monday is a holiday. All right, I'm going to shut that down and get prepared for this open. Okay, just watching About 8 seconds to the open. We're watching PDSB, watching ELEV. And now we're open, guys. All right, TCRX. TCRX is moving down here. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Don't see any news on it. They did financing, $140 million financing for TCRX. Well, Marvel, well, that's interesting. Marvel's at the high of the after hours high, I believe. 59.94. So it's broken above the high after of the after hours high when it released earnings. 59.94, a little bit above it now, and surging. That's MRVL. Great earnings play. Hey, Nutanix yesterday, guys. NTNX was an earnings play yesterday. I think, yes. Yes, yesterday was earnings play and a continuation so far on earnings. I think I mentioned this one yesterday. Have to wait and see if this could happen. The next high is 3106, okay, for NTNX. Well, apps yesterday, guys. Excuse me, apps yesterday was an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, apps was an earnings play. Got hammered down all day yesterday. It basically closed at the low. It's below yesterday's low now, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, APPS. Anticipating that big will show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not yet. Look at that. Wow. Hopefully you covered, William. Look at that pop. Is that right? Well, that's why it's not showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. That is a That's impressive. I mean, 558 as a dollar move. Hey, watching apps, guys, APPS to see if it can hold down below 8. Onfo, guys, ONFO just showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Onfo, ONFO on my 10-day daily breakout. A little early. Don't like trading so early. Have to wait about 15 minutes to see if things can settle down. I run the risk, of course, of something that pops into that scanner and just keeps running. But, I've seen too many times the stocks move up and down so rapidly in the first 15. All right, guys. Apps, APPS. We have our first halt of the day. Excuse me, halt of the day. This look that's up and halted on the way down. Yeah, MGRM. The nonsensical one got up to about $50 a few days ago. 5 days ago. Oh boy, I mean, look how crazy big is. But I'm sure that wiped out a lot of early shorts of this one when that popped up to. I mean, if you had any sort of a stop, boy, this is seriously whippy. 27 million in the float. I guess that will account for it. AI is definitely on the move. Somebody said they did a financing this morning, or was that yesterday? I guess they did not do a financing this morning. I just find this a very, very, very difficult intraday trader. Very difficult. But 3069 is the high of yesterday. That ran yesterday with the NVIDIA, all the AI plays, a lot of the AI plays, but most of the AI plays did exactly this. This meaning if you look at the daily candle for AI, a pop and then closing below the open. Meanwhile, our one of our high flyers in the pre-market, ELEV, really starting to give it up. $5, a dollar drop. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. ZNTL. ZNTL is showing up on my. Yeah, I don't like the way this looks. ZNTL. Maybe if it gets down below 2560, and the next low underneath it would be 24, so about a dollar. GERN. Haven't seen this one for a long time. GERN. Yeah, well, okay, it's got to get through 350, and then after that, 384 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for GERN. Well, so far, no big fade for GPS, guys. GPS is still nice little earnings play for the gap. Yeah, spread's not good in ZNTL. 25.31, 25.60, so not a good spread. All right, so PAGS is showing up here. This is actually an earnings play. PAGS is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really didn't. Well, I don't know why I didn't see it. Maybe the volume was too low. But PAGS, it is an earnings play. DOMO is an earnings play. DOMO is an earnings play. Again, didn't really see it in the pre-market. Wasn't too active. Getting a little more active now. DOMO. Market's putting it a pop here, guys. Nice little start to the day. I couldn't get the short on PAGs. Couldn't get the short. Shorts are available. Tons of shorts available. I couldn't get the price I wanted. I know it's a little early. I don't typically take in the first 15, but earnings play looks super weak. There was the alert at 10:50, 10:21 now. Wow, guys, Domo, 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 Domo. Sugar PAGs, guys. This is just getting killed here. PAGS getting killed here. Big level for it to try to get it through is at 10, 1078, 1080 would be the next level. If it breaks down through that, 1030. PAGS just getting killed here, guys. And unfortunately, I couldn't get it. Not because there are no shorts, lots of shorts, but I was trying to get it at a certain price and it kept moving down. I kept moving my bid down. I know the uptick rule might have been affecting that a little bit, but oh well, c'est la vie. Wow, Skin, look at Skin heading down here, the beauty company. Next low looking left is 825 on the weekly chart for Skin, SKIN. All right, guys, let's see if this pullback is over for PDSB. Okay, had phase two results, and not that that's the big deal. I think the big deal is that if traders are seeing that headline with a $21 price target put on them by Stifel, that will be the thing that could move it. An alert up here, a little bit above 8. See if it gets over 8. Okay, guys, a little pop over 8 for PDSB. A little pop. Let's see if it can hold it though. The bid ask right now is 798, 802. So the spread isn't terrible, but let's see if it can really clear 8. I'm talking about the PDSB. PDSB, guys, I mean, if it can really hold 8 and run from there, that $21 price target that traders can see in a headline, that might get it going in a bigger way. It did get up to 10. Oh boy, look at the Domo. I missed the Domo. I could not get it where I wanted it. All right, guys, again, I'm just kind of trying to concentrate on this PDSB to see if it can take out 8 in a big way. So far, not yet. All right, guys, skin on the way down here. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's got room. 822. 820 is the next low looking left, so skin has some room. Skin, guys, skin, SKIN. There was the alert at 890. Again, it's got some room down here. 825. It's the next low looking left. Not saying it's getting there. I didn't get as much as I thought for the skin. Sorry. I'm in the skin short. I thought I had more, but I don't. I couldn't get all I wanted. Wondering why my P&L didn't look a little bit better. Just keep an eye on the PDSB, okay? If we get a bid of, 805, 806, say a bid ask, 806, 810, that might clear 8, might be enough to clear 8. Shoot. Well, I need a bigger collapse now for skin based on how many shares I've got. All right, guys, apps is now getting back down to the original alert, 777. Okay, it's getting close. I'm going to stick an alert there or in that area. Thoughts on Onfo? Let's take a look at Onfo. Is it doing anything? Okay, so low float, of course, 3 million, 27 million have traded, so huge float turnover. Pre-market high was around 250. It's had a couple of spikes high, but the sellers have been knocking it down. Sellers have been knocking it down, so there is that. All right, skin continuing to move down here, guys. SKIN continuing to move down. Is what I'm talking about, guys. 890 on the alert. Was right at 945. So late enough, I could take this. I didn't get it right at 890, and I didn't get as much as I wanted. In an earnings play, I can't remember now. SKIN, not an earnings play. Okay, guys, our RCU. Okay, there's the apps now. The apps is that getting close to that trigger. Trigger meaning this, okay? We had the alert at 777. It popped up, got up to the $8 level. Maybe now it'll continue to move down. Okay, that's how I would use these. I mean, sometimes you get the alert and it doesn't move down immediately or move up immediately. Maybe just but stick a price alert at the alert price. So like the PDSB, obviously, PDSB is, oh, it's not on here. Sorry. I thought PDSB was on my 10-day daily breakout, but I would stick an alert at 8, maybe later on in the day. Look how whippy these things are. Arcus have, okay, I do the same thing. Put an alert at 20, a little over 22. Well, Marvel continues to move higher here, guys. At least it was. MRVL, yeah, continues to move higher. This is Nvidia did not do this, I don't believe anyway, yesterday. I mean, Nvidia had a massive pop, of course, but I don't think it kept moving higher on the open. Not like this anyway. All right. Well, it's getting better for me, even though I don't have as many shares as I want. But Skin now continues to move down. SKIN. The next low looking left was it's getting closer. 844, is that right? 825 is the next low looking left. So if you're in the Skin, then be aware of that. I certainly am. 825 is the next low looking left. Oops. We're going to lose. Good. Hey guys, Rabbit 7, RPD. Let's see, not an earnings play. RPD gains amid. So that was, I guess, a few days ago. Takeover speculation. That was the news for RPD. I guess here. That's why it popped, and it's continuing, I guess, to pop a little bit on takeover speculation. All right, ALAR is on my 10-day daily breakout, but what's the high over here? 339, might be too close. It got up to almost to that, up almost to the penny, got up to 332, almost got to that high right over here. All right, guys, Arcus could be on the move here now. Arcus, RCUS, it had to pull back. It's popped right back up over the alert price from my 10-day daily breakout, the 2202. And in the pre-market, it did get up to, wow, got up to what, 20, almost 27, 2666 in the pre-market. It is a pretty whippy one, and it's a bit of a spready one. That bid ask has to tighten up for the RCUS. Yeah, you mentioned GCT on the move here. Yeah, GCT could get really interesting if it takes that 733, which I think is a high yesterday, 735. Stick an alert right there. Let's see if it can take out yesterday's high. Because of course, if it can, then you've got this area way up here at 1180. Okay, so the RCUS is kind of miserable, so I'm going to leave that alone. Too spready. Okay, guys, sorry, GCT on the move here. GCT on the move. It's at that high of yesterday. Very low float, 6 million in the float. Will it challenge? Will it start to challenge that? I mean, it's no way it's going to get to 1182, but we'll start to fill in this void somewhat. Shouldn't say no way. I mean, there's always a way, but all right. I have to reset my alert at the high of yesterday, 735. See if it takes it out again. Okay, it did get back up there, guys. GCT, it did get back up there. See if we can romp from there. Reset that alert, see if it gets back up there again. It's got to clear it in a big way. GCT. Volume is still decent. It's still pouring in. All-time low now for ADMP. ADMP, all-time low. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Marvel continues to be marvelous, guys. MRVL continues to move higher here. No pullback yet. Continuing to watch his GCT. I mean, it can be wild. So I'm just waiting to see if I can get back over that 735 mark. I don't know if I have shorts for PDSB. Let me just do a quick look. I don't know if I have shorts. Yeah, I guess I do. 350,000 shares available Interactive Brokers. Um, yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it could be. I just seem to think though that I mean the next low looking left, of course, there's the 200-day moving average. You know, you just wonder at some point will that $21 price target kick in, but not yet. Yeah, this is really drifting down now. Ruckus, RCUS now just a tough spread. Could be a tough spread. But on the GCT, guys, it's getting a little bit frisky again. This can, I think, is an earnings play. CAN is so cheap. Yeah, it's an earnings play. CAN, almost an all-time low. All right, guys, I took myself out of that skin short. It looks like it might want to go down again, but I took myself out of the skin short. Almost got down to that low here, 820 or 823. Almost got down to that low. That's what I was thinking might stall it. So far, that's what happened. Yeah, AI is strong. You're absolutely right. AI is strong. I just find it I mean, so far it's acted very well. There's been no not a lot of chop for AI. The next now, if you took this one, you got to be aware. 3070 was the high yesterday. 3070, it's getting close. Meanwhile, skin just continues to. I don't know if this is a reaction. No, I don't know if it's a reaction, a sympathy play with Ulta, but wow, okay, don't have the skin anymore. All right, guys, I'm still interested in this GCT. The longer it holds over 7, but it's got to get over that 735 again, GCT. I think that could attract traders. Okay, guys, I am not really seeing. Oh, the GCT, the GCT. I mean, I know I keep harping on it just because it's got the potential. Okay, it's got this potential. I mean, it's risky as heck. Let's not kid ourselves, but But it's just a matter of taking out that high again, which is 737 of yesterday. Wow, look at ruckus all over the place. This is a tough day so far on the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. Well, not so much on the downs, but certainly on the ups. But you had a clue on the ruckus because the spread was so terrible all the time. So it prevented me really from wanting to take it. All right, I'm sticking an alert for PAGs at 10:50. That was the that was the alert we had on the 10-day daily breakdown at 10:50. It popped up from there, but let's see if it moves down. It's an earnings play. Cheap one, guys. CGen, cheap one, just moving over $1. Looking left. To me, anyway, doesn't look like it has enough room to move. I see some daily highs or some weekly highs, not that far away for CGen, but it did pop up on the scanner here, the momentum up scanner. Well, guys, there's another reason. Use price alert, okay? GCT. I would not ever going to anticipate that it would take this out, this area up here out. Look what's happening to it now. So I just wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, just move on. Saves me a lot of grief and money. Now, the PDSP, this is one that I really think probably we have to watch later on. Pretty low float, 29 million in the float. If it gets over 8 or something like that later on in the day, okay? I mean, right now it doesn't look good at all, but you never know. With that float, I mean, the volume is just tailed off. But with that float, later on in the day, if it takes out 8, it could go on a run. So that's all I'm doing is just putting a price alert in that area. Actually, better reset my price alert, 816. There you go, Pete. So our float was, in the ballpark then. Our float for beat was in the ballpark. Let's see, ballpark. Good to know. All right, so PAGS now is at that original alert price of 1050. Sorry, 10, yeah, 1050. No, from yesterday, guys. Wilds, WLDS from yesterday. This was the wild one from yesterday, and it's moving again. The high yesterday was 191 ish. Okay, so guys, there's no disconnect today. Yesterday we had some disconnect in the market. We had the Dow was down, the Nas was up. No disconnect today. Dow's up big, Nas is up big, SPY's up pretty big. So there is no disconnect, and the market is trying to lift here. That old series, Big Love. All right, well, guys, my price alerts are set for the GCT at 735. This is an earnings play, SVM. SVM is an earnings play, Silver Core Metals, Canadian company, but probably coming into a decent support area around 3. And there's the 200-day moving average at right at 3 also. Oh, all right, guys, things have slowed down a little bit for me. Not getting too many new alerts right now. Well, apps just turned right around. I was really interested in shorting that one. Got down back down to that trigger price, but it didn't, or close to it. But it actually really bounced off that 777. There it was. I was getting set to short this one, but what a bounce for apps now. Interesting, guys. I've been showing these two top lists for the last couple of weeks, and normally this 20-day range low is absolutely full. I have to scroll down to see them all. And normally I don't get very many in the 20-day range high. We're about 50-50, about 50-50 today. Azul. Okay, actually, a red bar ignored for Azul, AZUL. Where could it go to until it hits $10? Looks like it could stall. Okay, AZUL. Now look at BHG. Holy smokes, what happened with this one? $8 to 10.40. Low float. Didn't see this one in the pre-market, really. Wasn't doing much in the pre-market. But the high yesterday was 10.42. If it takes that out, the next high looking left is 14.16. So, that's a crazy one from a few weeks ago. And that's BHG, guys. Very risky. 2.5 million in the float. No, we don't have level two tank. Just the level one. We don't have level two. Okay, guys, GCT doesn't look good at all now. But again, that's why you put a price alert. All right, guys. Well, BHG is on the move. You're chasing it now, but it is above yesterday's high. And then again, the high 14.16 is the next high. VWAP 930, not in play at all. 200-day moving average $64, not in play at all. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I don't really see anything. All right, Max, Media Alpha. Saw this in the pre-market, but I kind of got disinterested when it popped up to 12 and then it came right back down to 9. But if I can take out 10, maybe this 10-20 area, it might get rolling again. Is there any news on this one? White Mountain Insurance. I think this might be that's right. I did see this one. So I'm not, in fact, I have that's right. I have it at the top of my list here. Buyout question mark. Commenced a tender offer for up to 5 million shares of Media Alpha stock. So they're not buying the entire company. And I think it was at $10. So I think that's the problem. Not the problem. The problem in terms of where could it go from here? Let me see this again. I could have sworn I saw the price. Yeah, $10. Okay, $10. So I can't see it really. I mean, I know it popped up here for whatever reason, up to 12.20. Maybe they're thinking that they will bid for more of the company, but I can't see it really moving that much more over 10 then, unless something extraordinary happens. All right, guys, AI on the move. Yes, you guys have been talking about it. Took out yesterday's high of 30.80. Still has a little shot here, 32. And then, of course, the fantasy area of 35. Okay, guys. So a mistake I made yesterday with some of these cheaper ones. ALAR triggered at 317. So I must put a price alert, say around 321, and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Saw several like that yesterday showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Kind of forgot about them because they didn't move right from the price. And then later on in the day, they did. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, we do have a Memorial Day special. It's not on my homepage. Okay. So you're going to have to, promo code is a moment. Oh, there's a promo code we've got for 25% off. I'll direct you to my homepage. You will see another promo code for 15. Obviously, don't use that. Speaking of LR, there it is. Okay, so here is the promo. Now, again, don't use this. Obviously, don't use this particular promo code. Use Memorial 25, Memorial all caps and 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, as we'll go through some of the things you'll see. Getting started. If you do take out a subscription or if you're part of this test drive, I'll put the test drive link in the test drive that starts on the 5th, June the 5th. Do the get started. You must do it. Must. No ifs, ands, or buts. Goes over your download and install for startup and login. You can even look at it now. You don't have to be a subscriber. If you're going to do the test drive, you should know, introductions to scanning, top list windows, and alert windows. At least know what these are all about. Don't go into the test drive completely cold, not knowing one thing about Trade Ideas, okay? If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Trading 101, okay? It's a great little video series if you're brand new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. And that is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Here's the education section. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, now you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, of course. But what I would concentrate on, again, the getting started, the alert window, a top list window, and the races. Okay. At least know what they are about because that's what we'll be talking about during the test drive. There's the getting started again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be, should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to it is. Give me one moment, please, guys. Okay, guys, I did something wild and woolly here. Okay, the test drive. Oh, okay, so I put the test drive link in. This is what you'll see when you click on it. So 2 weeks, 10 trading days, okay? It starts on June the 5th and it runs to the 20th inclusive. That is 10 trading days. The reason it ends on a Tuesday is because there's a holiday on Monday. So 10 trading days, it'll cost you $11.11. And you'll have access to our premium service. You will be able to do everything except no auto trading. No auto trading. I'll say it one more time. No auto trading. If that's the reason why you thought you wanted to take the test drive, then don't do it. Okay. Don't want to disappoint anybody, but there will be no auto trading. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So again, read carefully. It doesn't start to the 5th. Don't sign up and say, hey, where's my data? It doesn't start to the 5th. Now, that's a Monday. The Friday before, which is the 2nd, you'll actually have access to the program. Give it an hour after the market closes on Friday. So you'll have access to the program for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. That is a way in which you can get at least somewhat acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is all about. That's why you do the getting started and taking a look at the guide. Okay, you should know at least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is. That's what we'll be talking about a lot. Okay. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, it's a common question. Now we'll have a nice promo code afterwards, of course. But again, there we do not put you into a subscription. And we only do this. The last one we had was in October, so we're doing them certainly less frequently. We used to do them 4 times a year, every quarter. So I have no idea when the next one's going to be. For the test drive, do you have to download anything? Well, if you're, yeah, you would download the app, okay, the downloadable application. In order to take full advantage of the test drive, it's better that you have a PC as opposed to, say, a Mac or a tablet, okay, because you'll have access to, excuse me, you'll have access to Brokerage Plus, so you can practice simulated trading. You'll have access to the races. The web-based version, I mean, it's not bad, but there are some limitations. With the web-based version, obviously there's no download, but in the same way, but with the app. So if you can take advantage, if you have a PC, yeah, there is an app to well, a downloadable application. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening here. So what happened with the BHG? Did it yeah, so forget about that one for now anyway. Yeah, Marvel, man, oh man, this has not had any sort of a pullback really. MRVL, it's been super strong all day. All right, ELEV is making a little move here. I think it's near the VWAP or over it. 493. So a little bit above the VWAP here. I don't think we could ever find any news on this one. I couldn't see any news. Something happened after hours though. They give it that pop. And I'm looking, well, let me see if I can see anything in our news. Yeah, I don't see any news from after hours yesterday. But something got this going. 13G. Okay, thank you, Ori. So something in a filing. This has been pretty choppy. I mean, I know I had an alert set up here at 320 and then it dropped right back down to 3. but I mean, it's trying to move. Excuse me, ALAR. High over here is 339, so it took that out. I just didn't get it. I was all set to take it here on that alert, and then it just dropped down, and then I got distracted a bit. So did not take it, but it's been pretty whippy. Low float, 3 million in the float. Don't see any news on it. It's going to trade the float, obviously. It's traded 3.1 now. So it's already traded the float today. I don't see any news on it that I can find. Not too many halts and resumes today. Only a couple so far. ROC, I didn't see that one. ROC, I halted on the way down, I guess. That's frustrating, guys, for me anyway. Because I was all set to take this ALAR, but would have been a nice move, but just didn't like that action when it hit the price alert and then it dropped immediately down again. Now the ARCUS is starting to settle down just a little bit. RCUS is starting to settle down just a little bit. The spread has tightened up somewhat. So I will put an alert around 22.38 to see if it takes that out and the spread is decent. I mean, it did hit 20, almost 27 in the pre-market. And why am I looking at it? It's because it showed up here at 22.02, but pretty choppy here, meaning my 10-day daily breakout. No, I forgot. By the way, I forgot to go over my on my homepage the scans that I'm sharing. So if you want my scans, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Again, don't use that promo code. Use Memorial 25. Okay, Memorial all in caps 25. You'll get 25% off first month only or the entire year. And scroll down, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. What I use in the pre-market act is up and down. This is the race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open. My 10-day daily breakout and down, a little bit spotty today. But I love the alerts we get from it. The ideas we get from it. A little bit spotty today. This is the doc momentum up and down. So if you load that, this is what you'll get. You'll get these two in our doc format. And if you don't want the momentum down, just exit out. Okay. If you just care about the stocks going up, just X that out. This Momo is essentially this, is just displayed in a different way, okay, in which you'll see if something was moving, you'll see it over and over and over again, like you see the LR right here, which is killing me. The DR stands for don't repeat. So what this means is at 9:51 Eastern time, we had an alert for LR at 3:17. So you can kind of go back in time and say you click on it and see what happened from there. You can also see and right over here what happened. But instead of having to scroll because some other stock could take over and ALAR could be buried down here, just click on the alert and you'll see a blue arrow. It's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So if you've got a 15-minute chart, this is where it happened. If you had a 5-minute chart, it would show you that candle. And then I mean, this has been look how choppy this has been, way back down to 311 again. So not an easy trader. I'm not going to beat myself too much or beat myself up too much on this one. Now, I don't have this in a doc format. You can pick and choose which ones you want. You can have the don't repeat for both of these, and then the repeating version. You don't want to short stocks, and you don't have to load these, but here they are, individually broken out. There is my single stock window that I will share. The single stock window is something personal. In other words, these are just filters that I like to see, information I like to see. You, of course, can have your own. These are just the filters that we've got. So if you wanted to see more fundamental data, you could, but this is what I like to see. So if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click on that, click here, click here, and again, use Memorial 25. Okay, you'll get 25% off. Don't use that. Don't use this promo code, Memorial 25. Also, if you save my homepage, then you can have access to all my scans anytime you want, plus the education section. No, you will not get the premium service. If you want the premium service, then you'll have to sign up for it. You have to take the test drive. Well, that's a good question. I mean, if you have a standard service and you've been wondering about maybe trying our premium service, which basically the only reason you'll do that is because you want to have access to the AI, or maybe you're a big back tester. Maybe you've thought I wouldn't mind back testing strategies. If you want to back test strategies, then you have to have our premium service. And the same thing. I mean, if you take the test drive, if you have our standard service and you take the test drive, yeah, you'll have access to the premium service. Once the test drive is over, you'll move back down to the standard service unless you tell us not to. Yes, actually, you will have. I should say that you'll have access to the anchored VWAP. Okay. I think actually, yeah, I think what's happening is that if you're a standard subscriber, you'll have access to the anchored VWAP. Okay, you don't have to take the test drive. So you'll have access to this channel. new dock channel bar, and then the anchored VWAP. You'll have access to this channel. Well, Onfo is on the move a little bit here, guys. Yeah, Onfo is on the move. All these little bottoming tails, you can see the trend is up. Low float, 3 million in the float. No new. Oh, it's an AI play. Okay, it's an AI play. They put AI in their press release. For 70% after the launch of AI search tool for subsidiary Mighty Deals. Okay. CLPS is boy, we haven't seen this one. Look how ugly this daily chart is. This is even the weekly chart. Ugly meaning look at all the topping tails and bottoming tails chopping up and down. Even the weekly chart with topping tails and bottoming tails. So hard to trade. So they had some news this morning before the market opened, developing new smart cockpit product to improve safety for intelligent vehicles, CLPS. Sorry. I mean, it popped up on that news up to 170, pretty low float out of Hong Kong. BDSB is trying, I mean, making a move to that 8 level. Market continues to move higher here, guys. And I guess I don't know what the latest is on the debt ceiling, but market continues to move closer to that 420 mark again. Look how, wow. I don't expect any move out of max size. I know it's an AI play. That's why I was kind of interested in it, but really don't expect too much of a move over 10 because that's where they're bidding for the 5 million shares or buying the 5 million shares up to. So I don't anticipate Why it popped up to here, I don't know. 12.26, I really don't know. Well, based on what the market's doing, not that I've looked at any real bounce plays, but based on what the market is doing, some bounce plays should have worked very well. Some stocks that were sort of beaten up a little bit, maybe not because of any specific news for them, an earnings play or bad news. I think DLO an earnings play? No. Wow, look at DLO. Holy smokes, DLO. Wholesale trade agents and brokers out of Uruguay, Montevideo. Interesting. I see that stock every now and then because I think it's the only one that I've seen out of Uruguay. Uruguay. That's very hard for us to say the correct way. This has been a strong earnings fight. Well, okay, it's just a little bit of a pullback now, but PDD, pretty strong earnings play though. PDD out of Dublin. Well, DLO keeps moving down here, guys. DLO. Lots of shares available. I didn't take it. Wow, this is really moving down, getting hammered here. Nice one tank on a 12 break. Whoa. DLO, wow, my goodness gracious. DLO actually just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 11:18. Got down to 1078. I mean, it still has some room down to 9. That's on a weekly chart. Not saying it's getting there. I don't see any news on it. This is on the 23rd. Citigroup maintaining or raises their price target to 16. I don't think so. Not anytime soon. All right, guys. I hesitate to look at this one, but I will. GCT, guys. Is it GCT? Yeah. So that 736 is the key level for me, anyway. That's the high of yesterday. 735 actually is the high of yesterday. So that was a Muddy Waters hit piece or DLO. Never saw. I didn't. It's, for some reason, it's not showing up in my. Was that today? It must have been today. On. It's funny. I don't see it. I don't see it. Usually, I see it in my headline news. It must have just hit. Okay, so it actually hit today. Okay, at 10:53. Okay, well, that certainly did it. 10:53 would have been right about here. So that was a giant red candle down. So there was obviously some leaking of that. Maybe it hit earlier. Sometimes they stage the emails. They don't put them all out at once. Got to ask a question. Well, you guys are not on the development version. You're not using the HTML charts, but does it, how do you find trade ideas running in terms of your computer and your fan and all that? Does it seem to be working hard or usual? Because just for me, I mean, I mean, I've always had the complaint about every now and then, I get this spike and all of a sudden my fan goes crazy and then it goes kind of back down to somewhat normal. I'm on a sort of a steady drone now, and then with the major spikes. So the new bit, but I'm not talking about slow. I'm talking about the actual fan. I mean, that is, if I didn't have my music on, it would drive me absolutely crazy. But I still hear it in the background. But I turn off trade ideas and I can't blame the computer completely because I know we talked about this last week, changing the fan and all that, but I turn TI off and my computer is a whisper. Well, Muddy Waters strikes again. I mean, on that hit piece. Still not seeing it in my IB headline news. I'm very strange. Usually it'll be there. Not saying I mean a completely. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I mean, there's obviously this is the reason. Ah, but it's only when I run TI, Harry. I mean, when I turn TI off, you don't hear a thing. Well, Amazon, you remember a long time ago, I said I was going to take a little bit of Amazon over $100 and just hold it forever. I didn't do it. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:15. All right. ITOS, I think that's the first time I've seen this one today. Man, even if you waited, you missed that initial drop at 11:18. There's a dollar move. I did not take it. I thought, okay, I can't take it. Way too extended. But boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's a desktop. It's not a laptop. No, no, it's a desktop. Boy. Well, at some point you would think it's going to bounce somewhat, but like what the heck did Muddy Waters say? Fraud? Is that what you said? Did somebody say fraud? Muddy Waters fraud. That's in our YouTube room from Mihal McDonough. I'm sure I butchered that first name pronunciation. Probably some weird Irish Scottish pronunciation, right? Weird for us. Yeah, it's Win 11. Adjustable fan triggers. Okay, I'll do a search on that to see. Well, I feel like a fool now for not being in the DLO. Just an absolute fool. Not here, but even just looking at it here, 1118. Wow. Yeah, mine is 5 years old or 6 years old now, believe it or not. But it was a gaming, like a very strong gaming computer when it was bought. Actually, TI bought it for me. So yeah, time flies, Harry. I know. Yeah, ELEV. Again, I've got that thumbnail, so I glance at it every now and then. I believe it's over the 200. Yeah, it's definitely over the VWAP now. Irish. Okay, so sorry for saying Scottish. Oh, haven't seen this one for a while. EGHT. Look at this pop here for EGHT. EGHT. No news that I can see on this one. Okay. On the 24th, they're going to be added to the they're going to be added to the Russell Microcap Index. Okay, so 8 is going to be added. EGHT. That was a couple of days ago. Maybe a delayed reaction now. 432 is the 200. 431 is the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I'm really not seeing too much that I'm interested in right now. I mean, the AI, that is the one, if I had myself sort of on mute, I don't know if I actually muted myself, but I did actually take this one on this run up, got rid of it. I sort of broke my rule of not trading this intraday, but I thought, okay, took out yesterday's high. Um, I'm looking at it again. Maybe if it takes out today's high, 31.87. But again, it did its thing. Look at that giant green candle, and then a giant red candle basically wiped it out. So I had to pay huge attention to it. But I will put an alert at the high of today, because if it does, let's see, the high of that day was 34.68. Really? 32. All right. And then after that, the next high is 34.80, or 30, say 35. That would be not an all-time high. I'm wondering if it's Kerrisdale, right? Kerrisdale that knocked them down. I wonder if they'll join the fray again and try to knock them down again as they get closer and closer to that area where they initially put their hit piece out. All right, it is Andy. Andy just confirmed that it'll be Andy today in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes when I take my break. Oh, you're in a big short. Isn't it approaching the VWAP? Is it approaching the VWAP 619? I'm sure you're aware of that. That's a disappointment. I thought really it would, when the market opened, I thought it would really continue to tank, but it didn't. Wow. ITO has kept going. What was the spread like? 31.48. Yeah, not a great spread. 31.48. All right, let's take a trade in the simulator, okay? And again, if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Our simulator, all you need is our standard service. And of course, it'll be available during the test drive. You have to be using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. You load it from here, you click on New from our toolbar, then click on Brokerage Plus. Okay. When you do that, it'll say not connected. Now, if you don't see this box, just grab the right-hand corner and pull it out, okay, or pull it, and then you'll see it. So it'll say not connected. Click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus. One says Live, one says Sim. Click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. Not connected will turn to account. Click on Account, and then Simulated Trading Default. Now you are in our simulator. The simulator uses our real-time data. So even if you don't have a broker, you can get real-time data using our simulator, okay? And some of you may not have a broker yet. you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading. So you can do so. When you click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You click on quantity. You can either type it in, or there's a drop down, or a bunch of quantities that you can pick from, or you can, of course, type it in. Let's look at PDSP just for fun, okay? PDSP, or where are you? Anywhere here? I'm just trying to click on it. I want to be able to click on it. Okay, PDSP. Let's take 400 shares. We'll go rent it. 79, sorry, 90, 88, 91. Not a bad spread. So I can go in at the market if I want. Buy, send it. Just want to show you how you do it. Okay, so now in the trade at 790. Now, if I want to get out of this trade right away, if I had a bunch of trades I was in the simulator, I just highlight the one I want. I could flatten it. I could get it to half, or I could double my position. Talk a little bit about money management. I'm going to put a stop at Okay, so I put a stop at 765, which is 25 cents away, okay, from my entry. And you'll notice that there's a red line that appears on the chart that's approximately minus $100, okay? So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a risk of $100. So when I trade, I have a checklist, and I have to be able to check everything on my checklist before I'll take a trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. You have to develop your own trading style and all. But some of the things that I need, it has to be in the right price range, a minimum volume, and things like that already are covered in my scan. So I don't have to worry about that. So, but let's say everything, I can check everything. And so I decide to take the trade. But before I take the trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. Okay, the stop. I mean, just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So I'll have a stop price. Now, typically what I do is I take a look at a chart, and I try to size up where I think there's a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, if you're new to trading, sometimes, figuring out where a support area is can be pretty tough, because it is a little bit subjective. So what I would do is probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle to start. Just practice with that. The reason being is that that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. You know what that number is. Okay. So now the next step is, okay, if I know where I'm going to get out of the trade, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade? In other words, if I lose, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? So as I say, in the simulator, look at this DLO just continuing down. So in the simulator, I like demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. That's why I put a stop of 25 cents away from the 790. Okay, and I took 400 shares. 400 shares times 25 cents, if I allow it to run down to this level, is approximately $100. Okay, so for me, the way I trade is I typically only risk the same amount for each trade within reason. Okay, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next. So in the simulator, I'm trying to demonstrate a risk of about $100 every trade. And that is going to share size me because I don't take the same number of shares. The number of shares is dictated by my entry minus my stop. Again, I tried to make the math simple. Made it 25 cents away. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Now, if I want to get out of my trade right now, again, I could just flatten it, or I could get out of half my position, or I could pick how many shares I want to get out. Okay. So practice in the simulator until you can make money in the simulator. Forget about trying to make money with a live account. I have no idea how long that's going to take. Any individual and people are different. No, how disciplined are you? What sort of trades are you taking? Why are you taking trades? That's why I'm saying you have to have some kind of a checklist. Why are you taking a trade? Not just because, oh, I think it looks good. There has to be some kind of a reason why you're taking a trade, and that's how you can practice. You may, I'm more of a momentum trader, so I like to see things near the highs of the day or lows of the day or breaking certain levels. Like, I said on this PDSB, breaking the 8 level. I mean, well, I took this to show you how you can do it, just demonstrating how you can do it. So I took it at 790, but how I trade doesn't have to be how you trade. A lot of people hate to trade momentum. What they'd rather do is trade on a pullback to a certain level. Practice that. Maybe pull back to a VWAP or a moving average that you like. You're not going to know what's going to work unless you practice. And they're not all going to work. And that's why you have to have a stop. The next step is to obey your stop. A lot of times it's really hard to obey your stop. You get into a trade and then you start second guessing where you put your stop, even if it's at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or you're getting used to maybe putting it at an area on the chart where there looks like there is some support. And you get into a trade and you're so excited about it, you think it's got to work. Maybe there's even news about it. News is not one reason why I take a trade. I call that a bonus, and it's not working. So you disobey your stop. You say, you know what? This is going to come back. My stop was too tight, so I'm just going to let it run down. That $100 turns into two, three, four, $500 loss. That's okay. It'll come back, and then it doesn't. And so you're down 1,000 before, and then you finally get out and you kick yourself. Almost as worse is if you don't obey your stop, you're down $600, and then it does come back, and now you're up $600. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, if you want to not destroy your account, obeying your stop is one of the like money management. I'll call it money management. Account management is one of the absolute things you've got to master, and some never do. That's a harsh reality. Is not just taking trades when you shouldn't, and then not getting out when you should. All those sorts of things. Commissions are so cheap that's not in the old days, it used to be that, man, oh man, if I get in and out of trades, the commissions are going to kill me, when they were like two, three, $400, depending on what you were buying, how much, the value. Commissions are so cheap now that that's not a reason. Look at it this way. You get into a trade and it doesn't work. Maybe something happened. Maybe your trade was a little more market related, and then all of a sudden something hit the market, and wrecked your trade. But maybe later on it sets up again the same way. The market's not maybe the market is settled down. You can always take the trade again. Now, the other thing I would do is I would have my max P&L and my distance from exit price columns. Now, the columns that I've got here may not be, when you load Brokerage Plus, may not be the same ones. But the reason I like to have these two columns is because, in this particular case, if I could have got out right at the top penny when I was in this trade, 400 shares, right at the top penny, my max P&L was $118. Okay. Right now, I'm up 72. I mean, it's not terrible. I don't, you can't expect to, get out of a trade right at the absolute top. But what you wouldn't want to see is have, say, a max P&L of 500, and now you're only up 62. You've got to manage your exits a little bit better, take some off, things like that. Practice. The only way you can do this is by practicing. We all go through it, you'll always hear us complaining about, man, I left money on the table, or or I didn't get out when I should have. And that's why I like to have the distance from the exit price, because watch what happens. I'm going to get out of this trade right now. Okay, just to show you. I'm going to flatten the trade. So I made $60 on the trade. This is in the simulator. Now my distance from my exit price is now going to show me, okay, how good was that exit really? Because what you'd want to see here is starting to be a nice big negative number, because that would tell me, oh, good. Right now that stock is way below where I exited. Great. Okay. As opposed to a big positive number, which would tell you, I guess I got out too soon. So it's a good gauge, the max, comparing your max P&L to what you actually did, and where your exit price is, the distance from the exit price. There is a lot to trading, okay? Trade Ideas is a wonderful program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. You have to have trading experience. Or you have to gain it. You have to gain. I mean, listen, you're brand new to trading. We all did it. We all started out new to trading. So we try to support the product as best we can. This room is like this. And by the way, welcome to the room if you're new. This room is like this between Monday and Friday, between 9 a.m. and about 3:30, that I'm live on the mic and sharing my screen. You can come in at 8 o'clock, no later than 8 o'clock. Though I actually, today was the first time I opened right at 8. Usually open a little bit earlier than 8 o'clock, and then you guys can chat amongst yourselves for the hour until I get on the mic. And there is your bounce for DLO. I mean, they're all going to have, usually they're all going to bounce at some point. The trick is when, where, and when. Very, very difficult. If you're new to trading, I would just forget about trying to time bounces, or time to, well, if you're new to trading, you probably won't short anyway, but try to time when a stock has run out of steam and might start to move down. I would just forget about that. Very, very difficult to do if you're new to trading. It's difficult to do if you've got experience. It's not the easiest thing. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything of interest. Not really too interested in, the only one I'm somewhat interested in is if AI takes out 32. PAGS is getting close now to showed up here early, 9:39 at 10:50. Of course, it popped up, but now it's getting moving back down to that level. Um, an earnings play. It has room to about 980. Got down to 10, but it might struggle to get through 10. So consequently, not that interested in it. Yeah, your big is working now. Yeah, I guess it got through the 200-day, not the 200-day, but the VWAP. 19, so it got through the VWAP at 619. EHRX, guys, this is sort of interesting. Maybe, I mean, it's below the whole, well, it was below the whole number. 785 would be an interesting level for it to take out. It has room down to 720. It's through the 200-day moving average and the VWAP, 790. Well, let it get down through the VWAP, 794. But there's the 200-day. Try to get above it. Now it's below it, that green line on my chart. And again, it has some room down to around the 7 level. But I would let it get through the VWAP. In fact, I'll put an alert at 785 for THRX and see if it takes that out. I'm looking at the spread. Again, another terrible spread. 787, 802 for an $8 stock is not good. Well, that apps. Okay, I have to take a look at this apps a little more closely now. I mean, that was a tremendous bounce, actually. And the high yesterday was 920. Was an earnings play and just got absolutely hammered down. I'll stick an alert around that area to see A, if it pops through it and keeps going and tries to fill in the void, or that stalls it and maybe gives us an opportunity to short it. Okay, guys, 11:49, about 10 minutes. Andy will be in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in so that you can head over there and listen to Andy for his 1 hour. Anybody in their Discord room, if you are, just say, put it in the general market. Otherwise, I'm just going to shut it down. I just, there's just maybe one or two lone souls there. I keep it open. Yeah, so if nobody responds, I'm just going to shut the whole thing down. You're there, Pioneer? You're in our Discord room? Okay, then I'll keep it up. I would keep watching this PDSB, guys. Again, later on in the day, get some volume coming in, and maybe that $21 price target will it's not going to go to 21 today, but maybe traders will get enthused about it again. You did have actually some news too. Phase two results, I guess, pretty good. $24, sorry, $24 price target by Oppenheimer. This is Oppenheimer. So there are actually now a couple. And I thought the other one was Wainwright. Yeah, Wainwright. Yeah, Wainwright at 21. Now Oppenheimer at 24 for PDSB. PDSB. Interesting. And of course, but this is the actual news. Okay. And now it's a 12-month survival rate for, I think this is phase two results. Market is closed on Monday. Yes. This is a 3-day weekend. Everybody's favorite except William. Yeah. 3-day weekend, guys. Market is closed. US holiday, Memorial Day on Monday. ELO, explain why it is going up when the news was so bad with the Muddy Waters news. Just bottom fishers, there's always a market for something, even beaten up stocks, okay? And all of a sudden, if some group comes in and says, you know what, enough is enough, and they just do bottom fishing, and that's what it is. That's a pretty big bounce, so I have to admit. And of course, sometimes, though I don't see it, I don't see it. Sometimes a company will come out and try to say, hey, that Muddy Waters piece, this specifically, bunch of garbage. Okay, they'll try to come out and defend. I don't see it. I don't see it yet. I mean, AI is a good example. I mean, it's Kerrisdale. All the reasons that Kerrisdale dumped all over AI. Sorry, guys. This HTML. I sure hope this is not like this when we do the test drive. And it's just mildly annoying. So remember, AI or Carousel had the hit piece on AI back here when the stock was up at $34 and it cratered all the way down to 416. But you know what? Look what it's doing. Now, Carousel could come out. I think it's Carousel. If it's not Carousel, one of the other short sellers, it could come out again and say, okay, for all the reasons we stated here, they're still in effect. Okay. Yeah, Pioneer Club in our YouTube room. There is what I call the main room. Okay, I mean, you're in YouTube, which is fine, but there is a main room. There's just more action there, more traders, and more interaction amongst traders. Okay, and there's the link for it. But I mean, look at this run for AI now. I mean, it's as if that didn't even happen. Almost. I mean, there was the high way up here, almost $35. So getting closer and closer. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Andy's going to be, he's creeping up on me here on a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself. I won't mute myself in our YouTube room, but I'll mute myself in the main room. Could it be algos? I mean, anything is possible. It was a whole number, right? Around nine. Nine. I always think of these whole numbers as being not that worked here, but and listen, eventually there'll be traders just say, you know what, I'm gonna try this on a bounce, and then if enough people feel the same way, this is what can happen. All right, guys, in YouTube, just waiting for Andy to show up. He should be here within a minute, I would think. But Pioneer, I would stay in YouTube because I'm taking a break for an hour. So I would stay in YouTube. And Andy, what we do in YouTube is that 5 days of the week we have five different traders. So today is Andy who works at Trade Ideas. That's his shift, the Friday shift between 12 and 1. But on Monday we have a different trader, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all different traders, different trading styles. So I would stay in YouTube so you can listen to Andy. And he's a little late. Usually he's bang on. Yeah, I play CXAI. See, there you are, Andy. Okay, because you're late, you have to stay till 12 or 1:30 Eastern, okay?
Hey Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm penalizing you for the 30 seconds.
Hey, I can do it.
No,
You got
it's okay. Yeah, no, it's okay.
oh
So
man.
how's it going for you this morning? Anything interesting
Yeah,
trading wise?
it's been good. Luckily, I came in holding Tesla and Amazon, and
Oh, Amazon,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So
That's
just
your
mad that I
retirement
did.
fund, right?
Yeah, but I'm just mad I didn't, add to my position as it just makes me mad. Got to learn to do that, man. Add to your winnings.
Well, now, Andy, as you know, you are always you're never in enough when it goes up, and you
That's
always
right.
have too much when it goes down. Corny cliche, but but how
I
true?
know. That is
How
true.
true?
That is so true.
So, well,
And
my
it's
thing on
like Michael
Amazon,
Nosti said the other day. He goes, "You know what? Every good trader I know complains about getting out too soon." You know?
yeah, yeah, it doesn't matter how many years they've been doing this. Okay,
Mhm.
you can always. There's always going to be the odd, well, not the odd one. Many trades. Oh man, I left so much on the table and all this. That's probably the most difficult part of trading is knowing when to get out.
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
true.
because
That's true.
most of us have reasons to get into a trade. They're
Mhm.
it's a setup that you like. But
Right.
knowing when to get out and how much to take off at certain
It's
levels,
tough.
and it's very tough.
It is. It is. It's very tough.
So
It's like
it
this
doesn't get
RIVN. I sold probably 75% of my position already, and everything tells me it's going to go up here to 1563. But oh well.
RIVN, that's that ribbon, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I like the way. I mean, obviously in an ugly downtrend, but I like
Hmm.
the way it's kind of trying to put in a bottom down here, and we'll see. We'll see. I think if it gets above this level, huge pivot level right here, I think it above 1575 could have some real momentum. But we'll see.
I'd be watching PDSB later on, Andy, just in case. It had some news of phase two, but that's not the big deal. The big deal, I think, is that a couple of analysts have put 21 and a $24 price target on it. We know it's not going to get there anytime soon, if ever. But
Right.
you know how traders are;
Say
they're
that
going to look at
symbol
a
again.
headline. PDSB,
SB,
PDSB.
as in boy, the last one.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and you can see it had the pop, then it dropped, and now it's
Oh
over 8
yes.
again. But it's the price targets, 21 and
Yep.
24 that were placed on it this morning, and
Okay.
you know how it
Oh
is.
yeah.
So I
So two
I'm
two
I'm with
different two different brokers, huh? I mean,
yeah, Oppenheimer
analysts.
and
Okay.
Wainwright.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, my
Interesting.
friend.
All
I
right,
will
Barry,
let you
take your
go.
time, take the full hour or anything else that you need.
Okay, okay, I'll be back at 3.
Okay. Have a good one, buddy.
I'm I'm in. I'll be back at 1, Andy.
All
Okay.
right. All
Okay.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hey guys, how is everybody today? Crazy crazy market. I mean, it's SPY's getting up to a critical level right here though. Put an alert right here just in case it goes off. Constantly doing that. I did that in Amazon, and that is why I sold Actually, it didn't go off, but I knew it was coming up, so I did scale out of some right there. Pretty big resistance level in Amazon. Hey, BB. Oh, you got crushed. Oh no. Yeah, crush. Hey, Aja, how you doing? Crushing. Yeah, getting crushed is never fun. Never fun. All right. Once again, if anybody has any questions about the software, this is a good place to ask me. Working on a configuration or something like that, or any questions at all about the test drive coming up, we'll help you out. If not, we can always talk stocks and strategies. I'm mostly a swing trader. We'll dabble in some day trades every now and then, but I got my share of that for 17 years way back in the day. So I mostly a swing trader now. Look at this. All right, Ian. Peter, you helped me set up qualifying standards on what to buy. I set change in 30 minutes at $1 in current conditions. Is that too high? Uh, it depends, Peter. You know, I mostly look for setups and just like that Amazon today. So sounds like you're talking about day trading and me personally, when I was a day trader, I would still look for setups. I mean, obviously, change a minimum of $1. It looks like in 30 minutes. For a big cap, it may not be too much, but if you're looking, I would go with the percentage. I always use percentages over dollar amounts, and the reason I do that is because it's relative to the price of the stock. So, in other words, if you look at a $2 stock and it goes up $1, that's a 50% move. A $2 move on a $100 stock is only a 2% move. Hi, Iris. How are you? So I would use percentage, and if you're looking for momentum, uh, you don't want to chase. You don't want to set it up at like 10% because then, a lot of your move has happened, so maybe just use something like a 2 or 3% along with some volume filters. This extreme volume high-low pro is one of my favorite. I had alert go off and I wasn't quick enough. I was about to come in here and dang, right there, you can see that green line went off. Bidding it, and I got a bid in there, but I'm not going to get that probably. But anyway, Peter, it's really hard because setting the change in 30 minutes and things like that, it's real subjective to the trader. But don't make it to where, yeah, you're chasing stocks. I mean, some of them will keep going, but I'd feel better looking for the setups. I bought this shop today about half size. I bought actually a quarter size, and then with all the action I was seeing in Amazon, uh, but it's kind of pinched right now in between two moving averages. I don't probably not going to go today, but keep an eye on this one because it had earnings and nice move, pulled back here, trying to hold this 20 period moving average. But this is kind of like how I entered Amazon and how I entered Tesla. If you look at Tesla down here, I bought it at 180.75. Okay, so looking for those pullbacks, and Amazon, you can see my average cost in Amazon was 115.20. Buying those setups versus being the one that chases. Nothing wrong. I mean, you could have chased today when it broke through and still made money on this, but boy, I like it a lot better. Kind of. I mean, the key is you're kind of risking it not. This is why you only buy half size. Uh, the problem is what I should have done is because I really only had a half size in this when it went, and I wish I'd have bought more. Scan to find the best setups for day or swing. I'm trying to think if I've built anything recently. It seems like I did. Let's see. go to my cloud. But I'm not sure if I. No, I think I was just sharing sweetness with Michael. Michael was going on Trader TV and was asking us for a. Uh, now, I don't know if you have this one, Iris, but it's one of my favorite ones. And it doesn't. A lot of stuff doesn't show up in here, but let's see if how these are looking. But you can see the setup here. Okay, it's looking for a really really nice setup, and this would be one that I would like. As a matter of fact, I'm going to mark this up and put it. I like to get a little head start in case I can see it and then execute a trade in my brokerage account. But yeah, I will. I will share. You might not have this one. That one I'm not crazy about. I'm not sure. Varoom, it was on my list today. This is one. Look at that setup right there. It's holding that 10 period moving average. Okay. Earnings. It's been holding that 10 period moving average ever since earnings. So for a swing, this would be an easy one for me. If now I may buy it. uh, but here's the key. You can see it's been holding this 10 period moving average ever since earnings. So what I would do if I bought this, if I got a close below that 10 period moving average, I'd get out because uh, the uh, the narrative is gone. Okay, I mean the the reason I got in is no longer intact. In other words, if I'm playing off that 10 period moving average that it's been holding it every day since earnings, and I enter a trade right here, I would say to myself, if it closed below that 10, I would probably get out because more than likely it's going to come down and test the 20. But yeah, let me share it with you. Let me just take a look at some other ones after I share it. This is a great, and now a lot of times you'll pull it up and there'll be nothing in there because maybe the market is sold off for whatever reason. The market conditions are not they're not lining up in there. But sweetness. Yeah, I built that a while back, so there's a good chance if you weren't in like a webinar where I shared it that you may not have gotten that one. Let's take a look at this CarMax. Another great example right there. Now this one has been kind of wishy-washy over the last. It's kind of a tough one for me, but nonetheless, Fisker GRTX is a $3 stock. Let's see how this one's setting up. Yeah, not bad. Once again, this is a kind of messy chart. I don't know if I'd pick that one, but I do like this Vroom a lot. Calling it Vroom, like the car. Just set alert there in case it doesn't go through. All right, getting a little move in my shop here. And this one can once it can get going, it can really get going. But I did, you know how guys how I like my China plays. So I did take some small size and some K-Web and FXI. Been beaten up. I don't condone, you know, trying to catch bottoms, but if you are going to do it, you got to do it with small size. And the reason I'm in Momo, the reason, uh, let's see, Baba's not on here. I'm in Baba too. I may have accidentally sold that in my account. Oh well, I have to go back and look and take a look at that. FXI, trying not to get too weighted in individual stocks, just playing a sector. But uh, small size, if it works and it is a bottom, then I can add. But when you do that, you got to play tiny size. And I've just had a kind of feel for the way China trades. I've tried it a couple of times, got out for small losers. But if I do hit it, I know this thing I could do very well. But I'm not trying to tell you to buy bottoms because it's not it's not a good practice. I just happen to have been trading China stuff for 25 years, and I got to. Okay, Peter, another issue. Investopedia says day traders look at charts with 5, 8, 13 minute SMA, but those lines coming up in the chart below, black line below volume level, need them with. I'm not sure what you're saying, but those lines coming up in chart below black line. Hmm, black line below the volume. Are you not talking about this other section down here, right? And you said, could you say below volume level? Uh, when it comes, here's the thing. When I know people that swear on SMAs. I know people that swear on M and EMAs. There's really not a whole lot of difference, and I've seen so many charts where they both hold, key levels, and uh, so it's just a matter of what you like to use. Honestly, I like SMAs. You're going to find all my stuff. I just like to keep it simple, but there's nothing wrong with the EMAs. I know a lot of people that use the 8 and 13 EMAs and will use the versus the 10 and 20 uh, SMAs. But you're going to find so many circumstances where one will hold, the other one, and vice versa. So it's just a matter of what you like. I like SMAs. I have a weird request. Can you share one chart with me? Your color is, you know what? Yeah, I will. This is not, I forgot to turn on my, let me turn on, which one you want, the daily or just either one? I guess they're both the same. So I'll just share with you the daily. And then I got to turn mine on too. I got to turn mine on to HTML charts. I forgot to do that when I switched over to these. Oh, I got a new dev version. That just came out and I should have put that in there. Well, I might be switching back really quick. Huh. There it comes. That's wonky. What's happening here? Like I said, we're experimenting with these. You know what? I'm going to go back till I download that recent version. This is the fun we get to use too when we're playing with these dev versions, guys. This is why we play with them before we release them to you. And usually when the beta comes out, you guys can trust it because we've done this over and over. And let me see. I think I'm frozen. Yep, I probably shouldn't have done that while I had it open here. Let me do the old Control Alt Delete function here. Relaunch. And it's not letting me. Tell you what, let me do this. I don't know why I did that. I should have downloaded it while I was here. Yeah, let me do that. Sorry about this, guys. Hold on, just bear with me. Brand new dev version. All right, let's try that again. Come on now, be nice to me. Nice. Okay. I don't care for these lines back here. Let me go in here. Indicators. How about modify? And let me take off the average volume. Don't care for that the way that's. I'd rather have the line. I can actually look at a candlestick and see the line. Sorry about this, guys. Almost here. All right. And let's change this to a weekly. And let's change this to a daily. Ah, there's the Varoom. All right. Let me see if I can get to some questions now. Looks like we're all caught up. Okay, highs back to highs. Yes, Peter. Yeah, I did attend A&M. Yeah, that field's been around forever. Of course, it's been built on top of it and additions to it over the years, and now it's a huge hundred and I think it seats like 100 and maybe at full max, maybe 110,000. It's crazy. Yeah, shop is gonna probably wait. Just sit here in this range and wait and see what happens on Monday, but so I'm okay with that. Wow, what a nice move that one had. All right, what I like to do when I see this kind of move in China, maybe look for some beaten up China plays. Looks like they're pretty much all getting a bounce here. What you doing today? It's tough to buy when they're so ugly, though. I gotta have a reason, like this CD. What I like about this CD is just god awful chart. Nothing happened good about it, but a lot of times what you see is, let me move this right here. Is it went down here and basically tickled and went right below this support, and then you got a key level of $5. So, uh, and a lot of times what you'll see are these stocks will go below, that key level of $5 and shake out all the people below $5, and then you get a nice little bounce, and that was the bottom. So, but once again, I shouldn't even talk about things like that. Just stick with the strong stocks. I'm bidding this PDD, but I don't think I'm going to get it. Earnings play. Nah, I'm not going to get it. What moves after lunch? Good question. If it wasn't a Friday, I would, I would probably feel more confident about, maybe getting on some lunchtime. But I tell you what, look at the strong spiders are trying to go back to highs. Uh, Qs, I'm sure, are doing the same. Me personally, I don't know all the stocks that had a nice move. I don't know. I think I'd probably be looking maybe if this market stays strong or some catch ups stocks that are might catch up. Uh, a good example is this shop, and really hasn't done much today, even though it's up 2% in the grand scheme of things. When you look at like Amazon, which is up almost 5%. Maybe some of these China plays, if you could look up there, K Web is second on the board behind semis. Uh, Maybe some China internet plays that haven't. That's kind of why I'm in Momo, but it's not looking good. It's just that's why I have a small size in it. And now if it gets, say, Monday or something like this, it gets back above this range right here, I'll add to it. But uh, Let's take a look at elevation. Yeah, I tell you that I like that it is, geez, a lot of relative volume today. That I'd like to see it back above this high, 510 level, which would put it, yeah, basically right here. So, yeah, it's definitely one to keep an eye on. Tons of volume. As the day goes on, I get less and less trustworthy that stock is going to make it back to highs. Typically, what I'd like to see is maybe on this bar it did it. Now, as the day wears on, a lot of times you just see some back and forth consolidation action. And but hey, wouldn't hurt to put alert in maybe above this high right here at 534, 535, and see if it triggers. Because if it does get back above that, there's a good chance it will go. Yeah, we have change in 30-minute, don't we? Let me take a look. Yeah, change in 30-minute right here. The percentage is just going to be look for change in 30 minutes. But if you put in a percentage, it should still pull that up. But yeah, we have it. Uh, oh, for your single stock window, you have to, let's see here. Change in 30-minute percentage should be in there, Peter. Change in 10 minutes, yeah, once again, change in 30 minutes, it could have a 30-minute move that you missed out on. Maybe a change in 5 minute or change in 10 minutes would work too. Like I said, it's subjective. It's I can't tell you what's best for you. You're the one that's gonna have to decide that. But uh, all of it just depends on what you feel most comfortable with. Okay, yeah, it should be in there. Sure, terrible trader. Go ahead. Let me hear your question. Yes, I know exactly what you mean by adapt because I think every good trader, or really every trader who has lasted, trading the markets uh, for X amount of years, whatever you determine to be a successful trader, which you have to adapt because let me tell you a great story. When I first started trading back in '97, we were in San Diego on a trading floor, and we would have these killer traders, really, really good traders with multi-million-dollar accounts come to us. And this was back in the heyday of the '90s, late '90s. But you remember we had just an incredible bull market from for like 12 years, from early '90s to all the way to 2001, I guess. So they would come in here and they had one style and they would sit there and play these much like you're seeing today, these big tech companies, which were back then it wasn't Amazon Netflix and all this, it was Dell, it was uh, Hewlett Packard, it was I'm trying to think of some of Cisco. These were the high flyers back then, and they would come and they would just load up on pullbacks, and hold them. I mean, just get huge size. Seems like they were just always bouncing, hardly ever a sell off, and they would crush it. I mean, they would literally make uh, sometimes triple figures in a day, and they, like I said, they had multi-million dollar accounts. Well, what happened is when you had that big tech crash in 2001 and all these stocks just started falling out of bed. They knew one style and one style only. They've been trading, the markets maybe 5 or 6 years, and it's always worked for them. They were just loading up. Well, I did hear that about, I think 70, 80% of them blew up like $15 million accounts, $10 million accounts because they did not adapt. They kept going back, to what worked for them in the past, and they blew up multi-million dollar accounts. And that is what you see a lot in this market. I mean, when it comes to successful trading or trading failures, is people don't adapt. I mean, like, last week, man, trading big tech semis, you're crushing it. Well, there's going to come a day where that's not going to work, and you can't just keep going back to the well, and you have to adapt. Same thing as when we had last year was a very ugly bear market. It blew a lot of traders out because they were kept trying to do the things that worked in the prior years. So you have to adapt. Well, I will short. Last year I had uh, a very good year, and I don't like to short individual stocks because you never know what's going to happen when you wake up in the morning. I have this fear. So what I like to do is trade. As you can see, I have a little bit of SPX down here. Now I already scalped out 2/3 of my position for a closed profit in this, so I'm still up in the trade. But what I did is I put on a hedge a few days ago, or about a week ago. Uh, let's just pull it up and see. And yeah, I put on a hedge at 117. So I bought it right here. Okay. And then I had a couple of days. I sold 2/3 of my position right here. And now I'm still in 1/3. I'm underwater, but that's okay because I have a tiny position and all of my longs are working for me. But in 2022, which was a very ugly year, I did very well trading SPSX because we were in a downtrend. And if I scroll back, you'll see that there was some lot of opportunity in 2022 when you get these moves, in SPSX. Now it's still kind of sloppy, but nonetheless, if you were trying to play the long side, a lot of people got hurt. So that's one way to adapt. In other words, if you are long and you had a nice run, you start hedging, and then what will eventually happen is I get stopped out of all my longs, and then I've got a pretty good size, in the SPSX, and I would make money that way. But uh, I'm going to be honest with you. I did better. I did a lot better last year than I'm doing so far this year. Now that I'm coming back, the last couple of days have helped, but I thought this has been a tough market, and the reason it has is because the breath is so bad right now. In other words, you have very few stocks that are moving this market around. And if you're not in the Amazons, if you're not in the Apples, if you're not in the Nvidias, you're probably not making money. If you're trying to play small cap, you're probably not making money. So uh, it makes it tough because you're if you're accustomed to, and once again, this is a great example of learning how to adapt. I know a lot of people out there that keep trying to play small caps when they're not doing anything, and it's the big major caps, big caps that are moving the market around. So if you're not trading those, then you're probably not doing as well. That's why you can see I've changed. I started trading the Teslas, the Amazons, and now I'm kind of venturing into some of the China, maybe big caps. Uh, but anyway, And not only that, your setups, this is why I like to look for setups, because instead of chasing, because the thing about a setup, if you're wrong, let's take this shop for example, which basically flat in, you know. So I got about a one half position. No, it's actually moving for me. I thought it was at 58. So this one's actually trying to work for me now. But getting back, here's my setup. I'm banking on it holding this 10 period moving average. Okay. Now, if Amazon wasn't doing so well today, and Netflix and a lot of the big tech companies, you can see I have a something called big boys. Well, they were all up on the day, but shop was, just kind of slopping around. So once again, going back to some of the big cap stuff, I decided to take a chance on this. Now, I'm not sure if it'll go through today, but if it looks like my alert's going to have to trigger here in a minute. But this is one that I'm looking to add to. I got a half size now. I bought a quarter. I added another quarter. And what'll happen is if it goes through, this 10 period moving average either today or probably won't do it today if it goes through. It's getting late in the day, but if it goes through on Monday, then I'll add another half. But and sometimes I look for like this FLS. This I call this in my uh, I do my morning kind of swing picks, morning eye swing picks, the stocks to look out, for today. Amazon was on the list today. Shop was on the list today. RIBN was on the list today. Uh, and this was one that was a little bit different strategy. Okay, you had a stock that had earnings and it's been selling off. Well, now it's filled the gap over here. And then yesterday, I like what it did there, where it broke the 50 and then came back up and popped up. Now, this is definitely one where I would take a third size, no more than a third size. I didn't buy this one, but uh, there was too much opportunity in some of the strong stuff. But anyway, it's just learning how to adapt to market conditions. And it's real simple. I mean, it's not that difficult. If, as long as you use like oh, there's that Lee. I'm gonna tell you guys, keep an eye on this Lee. Uh, I'm in this a little bit underwater on it now, but Tesla keeps going. They had really, really good earnings back over here, and this is a China play that I think has the potential to really break out if it gets above 30 and break out big. Um, I actually was in it on earnings and scalped it out, and now I've re-entered it a little bit too early, I think, but not bad. I'm only down 50 cents in the trade right now. But I hope that helped you answer some of the questions, terrible trader. Yeah, I tell you a really good. I'm gonna share with you a whole doc. It called my. This is my homework. It's my eye homework. This is what I use in the when I wake up in the morning to find opportunity, and it's what I use to pick from our swing picks. So I'm gonna share this whole doc with you, and then I'll pull it up and we can take a look at it real quick. Andy's swing homework, and it's a whole doc. And let's just pull it up. So I don't have sweetness in here only because I pulled that up on my own, only because so many mornings I come in here, there's just nothing in there. But this nice setup is very similar to it, to that sweetness. And you're going to find stocks that are setting up. Uh, well, let's just put it back on yesterday's close to see. That's the best thing to do. See what was in here coming into the day. So we're going to do three. Let's see. Three. Why is that not changing it? There you go. PM on yesterday's close. Okay, there's only a couple of them in there today, and power was one of them. Tried to get going today, but hit that level over here and backed off. So there wasn't a whole lot of things in here today. This one was in there. Nasty. But anyway, This one right here, strong stocks pulling back and setting up a potential setup bar that if it reverses and go through. Uh, Trend change pro, revenue growth fishing, this strong stocks pulling back to 10 SMA. You can see what happens here. It gets close to the 10. I get a trigger and then hopefully it bounces. And then you can find stuff in here when you come in the next morning. Just go to history and click on yesterday, and it'll find you stocks that hit their 10 period moving average. And now the potentially bounce. This upstart is one of them right here on its 10 period moving average. Not a bad looking chart. So anyway, uh, this will help you. This right here, the stocks that are strong above all their moving averages, but I have it sorted by change from 10 SMA, so you can find stocks that are close to their 10 SMA. Uh, there you go, stocks. And that's kind of a must be an ADR. See if I can find something in here. So this could be a really nice one too, to find stocks that are close to their 10 SMA, just above their 10 SMA. SMA. All right, so there you go. Let me see. What is that shop doing here? I'm not expecting much more out of Amazon, but I am going to hang on to a little bit of it, though. That's for sure. But see what I'm talking about in this Amazon. Let me grow this for you. Key level right there, pivot level there in Amazon. So this could present an opportunity when you have a pivot level like this, okay, and the stock gets up close to it. There's a good chance it's going to run into this resistance and then back off. So what I'll be doing is maybe keep this small chunk. I only have probably, I think, 20% of my trade left. And but what I'll do is I hang on to that, and then if I get a pullback, down to its 10 period moving average, I'll reload. May not get it. Maybe it just blasts through on Monday. Who knows? Oh, I don't know why that didn't. Huh? Did my other one? Yeah. Maybe docs don't. Let me try that again. No, it should. It should go in there. There you go. I don't know why it didn't work that time. Maybe I didn't space it out enough between my last dots and in the link. Arlo alert. Nah, I'd have to see volume on that one. I want to know if that one gets up there. It's another little beaten up one if it goes. Oh, you're welcome, Mike C. Oh, Mike, see, I am in that ENPH. I don't know why. I think I I somehow sold it in. I don't know why, but I am in this one right here, Mike. I know you trade this one. I'm in from about oh, I think I started nibbling probably about flat right now. Looking for that thing to get a bounce. No, no, not ouch for me. I'm yeah, but yeah, this one hasn't done too well over the last but hey, I like the way it's digging. It's very small size. I probably got 1/4 of a position right now. Long-term hold. Yeah. Well, I know they make money. They got lots of revenue. Don't have a current debt issue. They just need to get things straightened out. Feel more comfortable playing these beaten up ones when they're still making money. Is interest rates? Is that what hurts them? See, I don't dig all in. I never traded. No, never traded futures. I was afraid to because uh, I really love trading. I love trading to the point. This is why I never opened up any crypto either. I, you'd have a hard time pulling me away from my desk. I'd be like lawnmower man hooked into my computer 24/7. So I try to, and yeah, that's my fear is now it's coming. Where equity trading is going to be 24/7, and yeah, I'm gonna get way old before my time if that happens. But I probably wouldn't. It's going to be very very thin, obviously, until you get a lot of brokers doing it. Yeah, yeah, it's on it. They are on another level. There's times I wished I had because for like a 10-year period there, overnight moves accounted for like I'll have to go back and dig it up, but the number was incredible. It's like 65% of the S&P gains for like a 10-year period. Everything was overnight. They were rewarding people who took overnight risk, and it was crazy. So what you could do is sit there and know I'd be watching the futures at night, and it's like they'd get to a certain level, then all of a sudden, a lot of people call it the plunge protection team, whatever. I don't care, but I just watch these futures rally, from about, and it was typically from about midnight Eastern time till about 5 in the morning. So about a 5 hour period there where you would get these huge moves overnight. Shop don't care. It's gonna make me add today. But yeah, so and you know what? I got data on this like about during like the first year that started happening. I think Zero Hedge, somebody was putting it out there. I can't remember who it was. Well, Steve will know who it is, but it was quite remarkable. And I guarantee you, some very smart traders out there probably made a killing uh, just having an algo just set up to buy at midnight and sell at 5 in the morning. Yeah, I promise you, if you did that versus trying to trade intraday, you'd have made so much. You'd have done so much better. Shop's running into. Got two issues right here with Shop. You got the 5 day. This is a 5 day moving average. Let me see. There you go. Running right into its 5 day, and it's running into its 10 period moving average. If I was a betting man, I would say it's going to be a pullback right here. Yes, gold had a big move. Had a big move. I bought some uh, PSLV. Steve talks me into that because it's Sprott Silver, it's actually physical. They back their price with physical holdings versus SLV. But anyway, they had a 50% retracement from lows to highs, and so I nibbled some this morning. Small position. Let's see if I'm interested to see if shop gets held up there. Yep, so far it is. Geez, Tesla, you won't stop. Barry, Mr.
There I am.
Barry, you got 5 more
Talking
minutes, my
about
man.
talking about Tesla. Do you ever trade like the TSLL?
Uh, I should. I should. It'd probably get me in trouble, but
Just look. I mean, I don't
if I
trade
were day
Tesla, but I
trading,
mean,
I definitely would.
okay,
It just I'm sure this has some sort of all
it's one and
these
a half times, so
yeah,
it's
but
not
all
three
these
times.
yeah, but all these leveraged or somehow they reset and they're a little bit toxic. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
but
you're
no.
talking about holding it. No, I'm talking about just intraday trading it.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, no. If I was day trading, I definitely would trade that for sure.
Hmm.
Get more bang for your buck too.
Actually, I asked a question yesterday. How many stocks are like this? So we've got Tesla and we've got Nvidia that have these sort of weird ETFs that were constructed. Wonder how many other stocks there. I mean, obviously they have to be fairly expensive stocks, but I wonder how many other ones there are.
What's Nvidia symbol?
I wonder. Well, somebody's yeah, okay, NVDS and NVDT or something like that, because we were talking about it yesterday. And if you don't want to trade Nvidia like the stock,
Let's see if I can find it.
do the same thing. I may be wrong. So somebody's going to know in the YouTube room. Perfect Circle probably knows. NVD, maybe NVDS, maybe.
I tried S. Let's see.
There we
There.
go. So Perfect Circle.
Oh,
Yes,
they got a bear
NVDS.
one. This is actually a bear one.
Oh, they've
Oh,
got
there you
both of
go.
them. They got
Oh,
both of them.
okay. It's short and long. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you,
Just like the
Circle.
Tesla.
Yeah.
There's a short and long for Tesla. But I'm wondering how many other stocks have
Oh,
that.
interesting. Yeah, I knew there was one for Tesla. I did not know, and there's a short too. I kind of like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
interesting.
So the PDSB is starting to yeah, heat up a little bit here. The PDSB, I mentioned that one to you just before I went on my
Hmm.
break. Starting to heat up a little bit
Yeah, I
here.
did.
So I'm waiting. I'm actually in it now. I took an 8 break. Want to see if it has any more room to run. It just showed up actually on my 10-day daily breakout at 840. So that gives me a little more confidence too that it might run.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah. And I heard
yeah,
you
not bad
talking,
at all.
it's funny because, people asking you about market breadth and all those things. When you're an intraday trader, it makes no difference, of course,
Of
because most
course.
of the stuff that we're looking at doesn't matter what the overall market's doing. So, and it's funny, I really haven't changed anything in my trading style for several years. The fact is because I've got both short and long strategies.
Right.
And so it's not like I have to worry, well, now we're in a bull market, my short
No.
strategies won't work or vice versa. But I
Oh
really
yeah.
haven't changed very much
No.
any of my scams, really.
Good. I mean, well, obviously, you have to adapt a lot more swing trading than you do day trading.
Yes,
That's yes, for sure.
absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely.
But no, it's great that you have a system where you don't have to worry about, what the market's doing when you wake up.
Well, it feels good waking up in the morning and I know, okay, here are my go-to scans and they haven't changed for years. It doesn't mean every single day I'm going to get rocket ships. Of course not. But I don't ever go through, I don't know, a 3 or 4 or 5 day period going, man, this is terrible, in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. I mean, I'm always, now the trick is, of course, to take them at the right time and all of that. But it's not like I'm just sitting there twiddling my thumbs because, wow, these scans aren't working anymore,
Yeah, of
which is
course.
really
Yeah.
nice. Really
No.
nice.
Yeah, that's the same way with my extreme volume high low pro and and Master Blaster. It's they uh yeah, rain, sleet, snow or shine.
By the way,
Yeah.
is Peter still in the room? Peter, are you still in the room? Because he seemed to have a hard time finding the change in 30
Oh,
30
no,
minutes.
I pointed it out to him,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I mean, it's just a simple search and just search on, if you even if you just type in change in the search box and scroll down, you'll see the change in the 30 minutes. And
Yeah, that's what I did. I did that too for him, yeah, so
okay.
he yeah.
Maybe he was saying I can't find it in a single stock window. Maybe he doesn't understand that you have to add it. Okay, it's not going to be there. You like the single stock window is something that is totally customizable just based on your filters. So, but because I couldn't
Oh,
quite
yeah, I should have
understand.
told him to do that, yeah, to use the search function and find it. I didn't tell him to do that because are you sure? Because look, Barry, I got like every filter in here. So I don't know why that wouldn't have been in there for him. And I didn't
Well,
add
that's what I
these.
mean. Yeah. But I actually did the search within the single stock window just to make sure
Okay.
maybe there's some crazy thing in the single stock window and it's not showing up. But no, I mean, it's just a filter. It's just a normal filter.
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't understand how to add it into the single stock window. And I don't
Okay.
know. But if he's still there,
Okay.
I can help you, Peter. But if you're
Okay. Well,
not,
maybe he'll show back up in your room
yeah.
or later.
Okay, my friend. It's
All right, Barry.
wow.
Yeah, we
We're
have a
halfway
long
now.
weekend. Ah, looking
Yeah,
forward to it.
you mentioned something about we'll see what shop does on Monday. Well, hopefully he doesn't do anything on Monday because the market's not open.
Oh, that's true. You're right. Tuesday. Okay.
Tuesday.
There you go.
Okay, my
Thank you.
friend, have a great long
All right,
weekend.
Barry. Have a great weekend yourself, and you guys out there do the same. Bye bye.
Absolutely. Well, I'm an American when it comes to US holidays, so I get the day off. All right, guys, I am back. Give me a moment. All right, so in talking with Andy, I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room, and I'm in the PDSP guys on that 8 break. One of the reasons is that this is actually an AI alert also, and you can see it. The AI had to go long at 797, but look what happened afterwards. I mean, it didn't move from there. It dropped. But the minute it got back up to 8, which was the original AI alert, I decided to take some. And now I don't know. I just have to wait and see to see if it can have get some volume coming in, pop it through, see if those price targets have any effect at all. The 21 and the 24 that a couple of different analysts have put on it. See if it has any effect at all. The one that unfortunately I didn't get back into, and I think I mentioned before I went on my break or even earlier on the AI. A moment. I mentioned that I would be interested in taking the AI if it broke through 20 these highs here, and unfortunately I didn't get it. This was right when I was still kind of in my break, and I just kind of missed it. And let's see what else is happening here. I see that BHG actually moved higher for a bit. And I had a rocky start, big pullback. Oops. All right, guys. So this ALAR, still kind of alive. This has been a really choppy one, though. ALAR. But wow, I mean, look at what it's doing now, and really a not huge volume. It's not like if you look at the 15-minute chart, it's not like you see a big standout volume bar. So I don't know. That'll be, and it got halted. It just got halted. Wow, ALAR just got halted. Wow. All right, come on, PDSB. Alara's former SFET. Thank you, Ori. Okay, PDSB. Now, the next high looking left, I got to be aware of that. Is around 877. So, all right, I just covered some in that 853 level for the PDSB. And the only reason is because of this, because looking left, there is some looks like around 870 or so. So we're getting close to that. That's the only reason. But of course, if you look at the pre-market, it got up to 1069. I just don't know how much volume that was. Now the ITOS I saw popped into my 10-day daily breakout kind of late, 8, 9, okay, 18, 19. Well, I'm not going to lose sight of this one. I'm going to put an alert for ITOS at 1822. And the next high is looking left. Looks like around 1872. All right. Meanwhile, BHG, yeah, red bar ignored even. Red bar ignored. Do I make chart notes? No. No. The only time I make a chart note is a question in our YouTube room. Do I make chart notes when I make a price alert? The only time I make a note is if it's an upcoming IPO, okay, that hasn't started to trade yet. And I'll check my IPO calendar. I'll put a price alert. It won't have traded yet. The symbol will show up, but I won't have traded yet. I'll put a price alert, say at 1. And then in the notes, I'll say, okay, um, how many shares are being issued? And then the price, the potential IPO price. So when it opens, I'll have an idea. So let's say, for argument's sake, it's 2 million shares, and the potential, the IPO price is, say, between 4 and 6. That's what they're thinking. And then it opens at 10. Then I know there's a lot of exuberance. Okay. Otherwise, I'd have to go back and check the IPO calendar to see, okay, well, what was it supposed to open at around? That's the only time. Makes it easy to put the price alerts in, just a couple of clicks and it's done. I think if you were swing trading, it's probably, maybe better to put in a price, maybe some indication about why you're looking at the trade. But other than that, I mean, intraday trading, I don't think it matters. Speaking of which, wow, look at this thing go. This thing meaning BHG. Don't understand the question. How do you recall the price target fast when your alert goes off? I'm not sure I understand the question. When I get a price alert, it doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. Okay. All right. PDSB. Making my afternoon now. It just means because, sometimes I set these price alerts, they could be an hour or 2 hours ago. So what happens is I'll click on the alert, I'll check to see what's happening. Now listen, and PDSB did not move as, that fast, when I got the alert. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you might get an alert and maybe it moves, 30 or 40 cents just like that. So be it. I'll just have to, forget about it. But most of the time when I get a price alert, what I'm now looking at, okay, what's the pattern it's coming from? What's the market doing? Maybe. I mean, if it has anything to do with the market, typically these don't. But as always, look left. How much room does it have from that price alert? Typically, though, if I put a price alert, it means that I do want to see it at that price because there is enough room looking left for it to keep going. But for instance, I wouldn't take something if it was up 10, 15-minute candles in a row and I got the alert. I wouldn't hop into the trade, obviously, it'd be too extended. But the PDSB is more of a feel trade, okay? The feeling that those two price targets of 21 and 24, I mean, they're out there. And so maybe traders, I mean, at the beginning, it didn't look like it made any difference, but I mean, it is starting to come back. I'm not saying this is getting to 21 or 24 ever, but that is kind of what got me interested. It was also an AI alert right there at 797 early. It was also showing now, not that I took it here, that would have been a little late at 8:40. But who knows? Maybe that won't be late. If this gets up to 9 and all at 8:40 won't look late at all. So getting a lot of confirmation on it, showing up here in the momentum up. Okay, William, well, you're getting your wish. Wow, you're getting your wish. I know you said you wanted to short this higher. Well, you're getting your wish. I don't know if you're in the short now. VSTM, what's happening with this one? Trading higher after the company highlighted updated ramp 201 trial. Okay. So I see that at 11:44. When did it start to run? Yeah, right about here. So that, I mean, that news could have come out right here too. I don't know. That's a big, big move with that float. 191 million in the float. Big, big move. If that float is correct. Now it's got halt. It was halted also right at 125. All right, guys, I will do my video now. What time is it now? 113, 114. So shouldn't be that late, but again, I would say it like this in case I have some technical issues during the video. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. Just kind of looking, maybe this ELEV, maybe later on in the day. It's still kind of hanging around that 5 level, ELEV. I don't think we could find any news on it. I'm going to turn off my noise canceling. I want to hear if you guys can hear this computer going crazy. What sort of background noises you guys are hearing when I turned off the noise canceling. All right, let's take a look at ONFO. Let's see ONFO. Wow, BHD guys, it's hard. It was, it wouldn't have been easy. Would not have been easy, but boy, oh boy, look at this run here now. The next high looking left is 1590. 1590 is the next high looking left. No news. No news. This is, of course, showing up over and over again in my this momentum scan right here, over and over again. What I want to see is PDSB at the top of this list. I mean, that would have meant it made a new high for the day. How about tank? I'm going to say something really dumb. What if I put a little portable fan outside the computer? Will that help? Just a little guy sitting right at it, blowing right into it. Would that do it? Would it? Okay, I thought maybe that was silly, but okay. I mean, there are all sorts of little portable fans out there, battery operated. I'll try something. Okay, I will do it. I will do it. I'm going to put the noise canceling back on. I don't know if it really made it that much of a difference for you guys, the background noise, but I will Put the noise canceling back on. See if there we go. Back on. Gamer stands with fans built in. Okay. It's my next purchase from Amazon. But I'm still waiting. Really? Plug into the USB port. Okay, cool. Battery doesn't bother me. I'm trying to think. I think I'm running out of USB ports, but that's okay. But I'm still waiting for Pepe to tell me. And until Pepe tells me that it'll work, I can't do it. All right, guys. PDSB. I mean, I nagged everybody. And you know what? This could only because of those crazy price targets. Okay. But Sam, the minute I exit trade ideas, everything is fine. Every other program is fine. So I can, wow, BHG or a LAR. It's a LAR. It's a LAR that's going. I'm sorry. It is PS. Yes. I'm sorry. It's PDSB that's going crazy. I had this down here. I had this not scrolled to the top here. It's PDSB that's going crazy. All right. Glad finally, a plan kind of came to fruition. But guys, I don't want to hijack the room on this, but Tank, those gamer stands, is that maybe, to put on your desktop for these guys who spend 6 hours, well, like me, but 6 hours a day and to cool them off and not the computer? Or is this actually designed to, as a fan that you can use for your computer itself? All right, well, this is getting more interesting now because I think it's coming into that area that I thought may stall it. The high there is 876, 876. Yeah, thank you, Sam. And I know it's not just me. Oh man, okay. Well, that high there in the pre-market, it's almost at that pre-market high. In fact, I think it is. 880 is the high, so it's above that high. Next high, man, is in the pre-market. I'm not saying it's getting there. Believe me, 1068 though is the next high. Looking left. Yeah, I have vacuumed the vents. Yes, I have. But again, the other thing is that if I shut down TI, everything is fine. It's like you don't hear anything. So I think it's just TI itself. It used to be that we used to always say, I mean, we do all the heavy lifting, but I don't know. Over the last year, it seems like TI really is a drag on on my computer. Oh yeah, I've got an SSD drive. Sure, absolutely. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't want to. Can BDSB take out eight? Sorry, nine. Well, you can see, guys, this is what I was talking about. We took this PDSB trade. I was just showing you how you can do it in our simulator, and it was showing you one of the nice columns to have to see how good are your exits. So you can see right here the distance from the exit price, 71 cents. So obviously that, I mean, remember, I was just demonstrating how you can do this. I was demonstrating how you can get out of a trade by flattening it. Not that I would have at the time, but this gives you a good, but if you're practicing trading, this distance from the exit price, not a bad metric to keep an eye on. So that means that is 70 cents above where I got out, which is obviously not what you would want, not on an $8 stock. All right, guys, 135. Taking some off of the PDSB. This might, I mean, there's that high right there of 880, I think. I think I said it was 880. Might struggle to get through that and might struggle to get through that whole number. So, and remember, I'm not thinking this is going to get to 21 or 24 ever. It's just the psychology of looking at a press release that says something like that. DHRX guys. So this broke down, I think, a relatively important area here. I had a price alert set a long time ago for THRX, and it broke down. And why did I put that? Yeah, so it's got this little area down here at 733. There's the low actually right there, 720 from that 15-minute candle. Only issue is it just has such a narrow range right now. You have been posting about Snap. Yeah, man, it's had a great run from, I mean, I thought it was actually more. I thought it was $30, but even so, yeah, from $8 to 10, 25% increase. And at the 200-day now, to 1028, just a little bit above it. Yeah, right. The next high is 1069. But that was so long ago, that TikTok ban news. But you're right. I mean, from back then, I guess it's continued to move. All right, I'm going to try something here. Give me a moment. Just trying something here, guys, and just bear with me. All right, guys, I'm just kind of not interested in doing too much right now. I'm just looking at some of the thumbnail charts. I'm looking maybe if LEV breaks out. Um, I'm out of the PDSV. I guess if we want to, we can watch AI, excuse me, to see if what it does at the VWAP. I think it's starting to approach it. No, it's quite a bit below it or above it. No, not really. I'm sorry. 3111. I was looking at the 200-day. So 3111 is the VWAP for AI. It got almost down there within 20 cents. Ooh, okay. Typically not the ones we want, but let's take a look at what Atmu is doing. Yeah, okay. So at least it's above the IPO price, 1950. Cummins spin out, okay. Lead or Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, they've got some big guys behind it for sure. I wish this one had been a little easier to trade, but BHG again making new highs. I think. Yeah, well, it did make a new high, 1370. All right, this might be a kiss of death here, guys. I want to do this. See if I can delete all these without crashing. Oh, well, okay, it worked. You know what, guys? They have a new build out right now. I want to test it right now. I don't think it's going to have any bearing on the fan or anything, but I do want to test it for the balance of the day. So what I'll do is just exit Trade Ideas. And this is a new development build, of course. Won't take long. Okay, it should start loading now. There we go. Now, of course, what happens is I've lost all the original alerts, but that's okay. I just want to test this new build. This is a new development build. I don't understand volume. Why can a stock on a day with big volume not move much, but on a day with little volume move more than the day with the big volume? That's a question from our YouTube room. Well, depends on what you mean by big volume. Is it big abnormal volume or just big volume? You know, I mean, if the volume is abnormal, abnormally big, typically, the stock will move. Oh, it's not just, that's why I never look at absolute volume. I'm looking at, the relative volume. What does it normally do? If that relative volume usually is huge, or big, a big ratio, typically, the stock will move. So too general a question. I mean, and the other thing is, I think you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure this stuff out, terrible trader. Okay. I mean, you just have to accept some things. I mean, there's sometimes no rhyme or reason. We've seen stocks go absolutely crazy, and we look for news, no news that you can see. You just maybe it's the float, low float somewhere in the world. Some group has maybe got a hold of it. Some newsletter is pumping the heck out of it. But so you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to really overanalyze stuff. But that's why, though, I always have relative volume as a filter. So again, I don't know, when you say big volume, are you talking about big abnormal volume or just big volume in general? I mean, look at Apple as an example, okay? 29 million shares, but relative to what Apple normally does, it's one. So, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to really, figure it out. Now, a lot of times the relative volume, you know, I mean, look at, relative volume for this one, 138 times normal. That's what made it move. Okay. And it's a fairly big float. I think the float was fairly big, but I'm not saying that every single time you see huge relative volume that a stock is going to ramp, but more than likely, I would say 90% of them are going to. So just, focus on those rather than trying to figure out, well, why isn't this doing it the way I think it should? Well, I have my other one on my other monitor. You can't see, Terrible Trader. This is the other one that I love. If I could only use one long and one short, this is what I'd be using. My 10-day daily breakouts. I like this one because this gives me momentum right now. This is pretty good momentum also, but it doesn't give me very many alerts over the course of the day. So, when you're moderating a trading room, I'd have to probably be able to show more than, four alerts on the upside and four on the downside all day long. That's why I do that. That's why I have this. But that's it. Yeah, this race. The things appear to be slowing down quite a bit now. The long weekend's coming up, so things are starting to slow down. You've been around for a while, though, Terrible, haven't you? It appears that you really haven't, you know, got a trading style that suits you. I know it's hard. I mean, I'm not saying it's not easy, But if you'd heard me talk about PDSB earlier, you could have, if you like what I was saying about it, PDSB, and taking it on an 8 break, or suggesting, people watch it on an 8 break, it would have turned out okay. It was also an AI alert, as I pointed out, at 797. It dipped down below it, but then the minute it came back up to 8, there's the alert, right? Hard to see. There's the alert right there at 797. And once it took that out again and got a little over 8, that was a nice little trade up to almost 9. But you have to have some patience, Not just talking to you, but anybody. You've got to have some patience for these. Meanwhile, the terrible daily chart of BHG is just going crazy. Well, the next high looking left is what? 1590. 1416, so it's above that high. The next high is 1590. Oh man, this has been a tough one also. I mean, this one showed up on the 10-day daily breakout earlier, ZNTL, but something gets up to 29 and then comes right back down to 28. Very tough. Sometimes when you get these sort of alerts, you have to look at the spread, and if the spread is bad, just forget about it. I mean, I have to click on it because I have to see what the spread is. I have to see a lot of things. But if the spread is 20, 30 cents on a $28 stock, you just have to forget about it. All right, guys. Well, listen, things are really starting to slow down for me. So, a great time for questions if you have any. You'll put the test drive link in again. All right. If you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see 2 weeks, which is 10 trading days, June the 5th through the 20th inclusive. It'll cost you $11.11. If you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You will not get live data until the 5th. Okay. You'll have access to the program though on the 2nd, which is the Friday before, approximately an hour after the market closes on Friday. Then you can download the program. You can play around with it Friday, balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday. I mean, do some work ahead of time before you take the test drive. Don't come into this test drive completely cold. not knowing the first thing about trade ideas. Okay. If you're going to take it seriously, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to, there's nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. If you take the test drive, or if you're just starting out with trade ideas, you click on my homepage link. This is what you'll see. Now, here's a promo code, not this one, okay? Memorial, I'm going to type it in. Memorial, the Memorial Day 25% off sale right now. Okay, so again, Memorial, obviously don't use this one. You want 25% off, obviously, so use Memorial 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, again, if you're going to take the test drive, or if you're starting out, go to the Getting Started. Okay, I mean, this will take you through your download and install, but even right now, you can look at this. What I would look at is your introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, so at least you'll have, I mean, this is the basis behind trade ideas. Okay, so at least know what this is. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. You can take a look at this. My daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. That's free. Here's the education section. Again, if you're going to take the test drive or you're just starting out, click on that user guide. And there's that getting started again. A little more detail about alert windows and top list windows and all about stock racing right here. If you click on the stock racing, we have 4 videos that it fully explains what it's all about, and the race startup and configuration, all clickable. The other thing I would really look at probably is price alerts, but you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, okay? But I definitely alert windows and top list windows and stock racing. Now, if you want my scans, when you click on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down, and here are my scans that I'm sharing, okay? This is the biggest gainers from the open right here. I have another race that I am sharing. You don't see it, but you want to take a look at a large cap gainers from the open. These 4 right here, the daily breakouts and downs. This is what you have them. You can load them individually instead of as a doc, what we call a docked window. Okay. You can have the individual scans. DR stands for don't repeat. So you only see the symbol the first time that the alert happened. And then in this one, you'll see the repeating version. Every time it made a new high, you would see it. And then the dock momentum up and down. That's this one up here. If you didn't want the momentum down, in other words, if you don't want to short stocks or play bounces, you just click that X and then it'll just be you'll just have the momentum up. If you just want momentum up and you want to see it in the sort of the typical way things are shown with the stock over and over and over again, then you could use this momentum scan, which is the same scan basically as in our channel. So if you take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then you click on that, and then you can use that promo code Memorial 25. Also, if you save my link, you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. So you can see that I'm sharing scans. If you don't want to ever build your own scans, you can take a look at my scans, and also up here in our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You know, we've got a pre-market channel, after hours, stocks that are moving down. If I click on the show more, you'll see more channels. Here's a momentum channel. And this is that Momo, okay? Remember I was saying I had a momentum scan on its own. This is basically it right here. So HCTI at 206 just made a new high at 325. You can see the move. Ugly looking 15-minute chart, but nonetheless, that's why this showed up. So why did this show up? And why, wow, look at it go now. Why is it continuing to show up? Well, my scans and any scan that you see here, if you want to see what it's looking for, wow, look at this thing go. These are all real-time alerts. So if you want to see what a scan is looking for, any one of the ones that we have in our channel bar, you just right click and click on configure. And let me do it again. Okay, so you would, sorry, right click, configure, you'll be brought to this screen, click on summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, the stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. This is the screening aspect. So if a stock meets all of these screening requirements, filtering requirements, and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, this is a real-time alert for a new high of the day. That's what we're really good at, real-time alerts. So we've created a lot of scans here. As I say, I'm sharing my own scans, but of course, if you want to build your own, you from scratch, you can. These are all of the real-time alerts we have, and right at the top, of course, probably the two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of different ones. And if I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, or you know, don't get overwhelmed by how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. We have to have enough real-time alerts and filters because all sorts of different trading styles out there with our thousands of customers. So we had to create enough so that the majority of them, if they want to build their own scan, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but if you don't want to, you know, but we've got a lot of scans here. So the idea is go through the channels, take a look at, you know, you might see something. I wonder what that one does. Well, you can just, you know, right click, configure, summary, it'll tell you. Yeah, PDSB, not in it anymore, but it's trying to make another run here, maybe. I'm out of it though. All right, guys. SIFI on the move here. SIFI on the move. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, you know what? The only flyer that I've seen that has really done anything is the PDSB, and I'm talking about a flyer in the pre-market that has really done anything is the PDSB. I'm not saying there aren't any other ones, but that's the only one that I've really seen that did anything once the market, well, once the market opened, and then but later on in the day, most of the other ones have just done nothing. Meanwhile, BHG is just making a new high after new high after new high. No news, no news. Oh boy, this was a frustrating one, the ZNTL. I mean, it has moved from the original alerts well, but it's been, to me, it's just been too hard to trade. The spread has been a little bit crazy. Now, remember GCT at the beginning? GCT is giving it up. Man, oh man, Marvel just continues to be marvelous. I mean, MRVL, just no pullback whatsoever. Aha, let's take a look at what they said. Oh, pretty brief. Obviously, there's probably more something more extensive, but me a moment. All right, guys, give me a moment. I've just lost my screens here. Oh, they come back. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm having a problem with one of my monitors. I moved my computer a little bit, and I think I might have jiggled something loose. So just give me a moment here. All right, guys, I think I'm going to be definitely winding this up at around 3. I know I've been doing that several times, but I just don't see a lot of action. We're coming into a long weekend, so I'll probably wind this up around 3 o'clock Eastern time. Always stick around if there are questions, but I just think that people are starting the long weekend a little early. No, I don't trade the Canadian market. I haven't traded the Canadian market in decades, it seems. I think you're kidding, but Yeah, just not enough action. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I'm not interested. There's just too much more action in the US markets. So, meanwhile, BHG just continues to surge higher here. Oh, ah, that's interesting. Using this browser interface is really causing my machine to go crazy. So 1590 is the next high looking left. And if it took out 1590, then you've got $27 as the next high looking left for BHG. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on if there's something I've got to say, or if there's a question, I will hop right back on the mic and answer. Okay, Chats, no, you can't do the trial until you get new real time. You will not get real time data until the trial starts. Okay. Okay. There's nothing. No, we don't have like a demo. We don't have a demo with delayed data or anything like that. I think now I understand what you mean. So no, if you sign up now, you're just pre-registering, but we don't have like a free demo. We used to have a demo that was 15 minutes delay, but it was causing all sorts of problems. So we um, we don't do that anymore. Okay. I'm sorry. I know you asked that question about 7 minutes ago. I'm just seeing it now. Guys, we've got a big volatility halt here for PRST out of nowhere. PRST was doing nothing. And now all of a sudden, some volume coming into PRST. 155,000 shares on this 240. So up, 155 out of the 244 is right here and probably pretty instantly. Presto automation. Man, and another one that came out of nowhere when I was showing people, the momentum channel, and this was showing up, HCTI, and that's continuing to move here. HCTI. I mean, you would think that 4 may block it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, Pepe, let me see if I can find it. Okay, there it is. Hopefully there's no secret stuff. Is by date modified? Like with all those X's? Is that what you wanted? This looks like it is the date modified today. There's yesterday, the day before, et cetera, et cetera. Open the top one. Oh, You seeing anything damaging? Specifically, no, I don't think so. Specifically, no. I can't remember. I can't even remember how we did that, excluding in the window search. I know that was months ago, it seems. So you think that might do it? Is there a way to do it here? Okay, window search settings. I love this. Now what? Is this right? Now you want me to? And now advanced again? Indexing is not running. You want me to click on advanced again from this? Oh, I see. I see what you meant. You were hoping that it would, indexing is not running. You were hoping it would say index is running. Okay. And then we could have it not running. Thank you. Thanks for the help or the, what about all these X's? What does that mean? Oh, I see. You wanted to rule it out. Okay. Usually X is not good. Well, I hope somebody understands all this. So yeah, I don't know if you're around, but somebody well, I jokingly said, what if I buy a little fan, just a little fan, and you know, have it pointed at my computer, right next to it, like right at it, right on the vents. Do you think that would do anything? Somebody said it might. Just, like a little fan that sits on the floor, pointed right into the vents. No, it's actually not heating up. It's not heating up. Guys, thanks. I mean, I'm going to be shutting down. I do appreciate this technical help. It's not the computer is not really heating up at all. The problem is that it only occurs when running TI. Exactly. When I shut down TI, you'd never know the computer was on. And I would say a year ago, this never happened. I don't know when it started to happen when I first started noticing it, but I would say, for all the years I had trade ideas, it was nothing. Never heard anything. And then I don't know what's happened. Obviously, with all these new builds, all the things they're trying to do, I get it. And I don't have listen, I don't have very much going on at Trade Ideas. It's not like I've got, 20 charts, the max. I don't have 14 top lists. I don't have a whole bunch of stuff going on. I really don't. Well, I can try a release build. Let's what time is it now? Sure, I can try a release build instead. I don't know. I'm always on a development build, so I can always try a release build and see if that makes a difference. Oh, give me a moment. I'll just shut this down. Well, that's a good question, Hermes. When now I understand why you asked the question. Why would I need a fan if it's not overloading? If it's not heating up? I don't know. I thought maybe an extra fan because it's the fan. It is the fan that is causing the well, that's what I hear. Hey guys, this is just taking a bit to load. Meanwhile, PDSB is trying to make another new high. I mean, this could have a run into the close. Okay, so now I'm on, I guess I did like not the development build because now when I look at new, I don't have all those options. I just have the same options that you guys have. So let's see. First of all, let me get to it is these charts. Well, we'll see. Maybe that's it. I don't know. We'll see if it ramps up. Well, it just seems to be firing away again. No, I'm using a LAN. I'm not using a Wi-Fi connection. Hardwired. Yes, Pepe, yes. You're all complaining. But the issue is that I'm on this 6 hours, 7 hours a day. They're not. Okay, so, so while it's a bit of a pain for them, it's not as much as a pain it is for me to have this thing whirring at me all day long. I have cleaned out the dust, periodically, but I am gonna do it again once I shut down. I do have, I do clean it out. I understand the need for that. Yeah, I've got 32 RAM. I do have 32 gigs of RAM. I mean, this was as the gentleman who put it together for me at Trade Ideas. He said, we're trying to give you something that'll last for a few years. So I do have 32 gigs of RAM. I mean, that should be enough. Anyway, I'll deal with it. You're right. There's my easy solution. Just don't use TI. You're absolutely right. So guys, I will be shutting down soon, but I'd be watching this PDSB in case it has just a big run at the end. PDSB, I mean, it's holding nicely. There's a See, that's I mean, I'm just having bad chart response too on some things when I'm trying to type this in. I don't think you guys are experiencing the same thing. But if okay, here's the deal, guys. I mean, if PDSB takes out 9, I mean, this could go on another run. I mean, there is the trend is up. Seems like Google Chrome seems to be there's a TI Pro. Now you see how it dropped down. Chrome seems to be doing, but I tried Firefox, I tried different again, it's only when I have TI up and running. But you see how Chrome just, surges higher here, but right now, it's not really doing anything in terms of the fan. If I Is that right? You consider that even at excuse me, 20% or whatever it is, that's hardly using anything. What would be a percentage that you would say, wow, it's really using a lot? Fluctuates. 40, okay. How about Chrome itself? So unless it's over 40, I don't even know why I shut down Discord. I don't know why this is still. There's IB Trader Workstation, not doing too much. Well, you see, there's the issue. The performance tab. Let me just shut this down. You see, that is, I cannot. The only way I could get that green, okay, is if I started shutting down the races. There are certain things I have to have up and running. I have to have the races. It's just part of the job. Even if I don't use the races that much, I've got to have the AI up and running. And I only have 4 trade ideas charts. I've got these 2 are alert windows, or I guess there are 4 alert. I don't know. Maybe I just don't think I'm taxing it that much. But if I start to I did an experiment, and if I shut down everything except for this, I could get it to be green. But that's crazy. I mean, I should be able to. I'm talking about everything except, I had my charts and then just this momentum scan. Then I got it to be green. So I mean, that's not you have to be able to run a few things. My top lists, yes, I've got a couple of top lists, but I've maxed out at 50. I mean, it won't get very much, but I've maxed out at 50. Meaning I haven't, in the time frame set record count 50. So I mean, that's not excessive. So that's the Chrome aspect of it, right, Pepe? The browser interface. That's the Chrome aspect of it. Because that's the browser interface, obviously. But let's do this. I actually tried that, to get, but I thought maybe, but I was still experiencing some spikes. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's back, it's still at 30. Now it's 14, but I mean, it just goes up and down. Now it's really noisy. Anyway, guys, thanks for the help. I mean, I'll deal with it. Good one, Jeb. Well, that's what we're doing here. Isn't that what we're doing here? Showing the allocation, or am I not understanding what you're saying? How many windows do you have, Pete? You have too many then. Okay, good. That's a good one, William. Well, the problem is I'm the power user of the program all day long, every single day. The rest of them, they don't see it the same way I see it. But they complain about, yeah, the fan. They do complain every time they do use it. They do complain about the fan. Not the developers. Developers never say a word. 20 windows, probably too many. How many topless windows do you have? Because it's the topless windows that can cause the problems, depending on how. See, the other thing I notice is that, again, I don't know. When I try to drag, I mean, right now it's not too bad, but sometimes when I try to drag something, it just doesn't want to drag. How many, if Pete, if you go to your top list and click on the time frame and set record count, what do you have for some of your top list windows? If you got it like 200, that's too many. It's way, in my opinion, you don't need 200. And if you've got a lot of top list windows open, because remember, it updates every 30 seconds or so, it's got to run through lots and lots of data. So if you 26 windows, top seven top lists, okay. Just for fun, go to one of your top lists and right click and go to the click on time frame and then set record count. And what record count do you have? Just for fun. Yeah, we don't talk about pinning anymore. Luckily, that issue has gone away for most people anyway. But you're right. Maybe, but I'm interested to know what your record count is, and just pick a random top list window. What is your record count? Yeah, that's not excessive. No, is it possible you have one at 1,000? Because that's the max. And some people think, oh, I'll just go to the max. And then they've got six or seven topless windows open and they wonder why their system is slowing down. I would go through them and make sure there's not one at 1,000. 100 is not excessive though. See, just have a tough time grabbing sometimes. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, guys. Well, listen, I do appreciate the IT help. Oh, so I think I will wrap this up now, though, and get my script together. Make sure I put Tuesday instead of Monday. Yes, thank goodness. I know you want me to replace my fan, right? Okay. I'll take a look. I'm going to open my machine up right now anyway, and I'm going to take a look to see how that is even possible. Two screws. Okay. Two screws. Well, I might be visiting Best Buy this weekend. Well, yeah, Chris complains. Steve complains. Not as much as me though. It's not as bad, I don't think, but I'll leave it like that, guys. Have a great long weekend. I'll leave it like that. Maybe a Monday, maybe Tuesday, I'll wake up and it'll be perfect. So have a great long weekend. Remember, the market's closed on Monday. So have a great long weekend. We will see you no late, well, on the mic, 9 o'clock, Tuesday morning. You can come into the room though by 8 o'clock, and it should be open by 8. You guys can talk amongst yourselves for an hour before I get on the mic. So have a great long weekend. We'll see you then. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now.